Chapter 371. Fan Xian's chopsticks dug around in the plate. He picked up a piece of beef soaked in sesame oil and placed it on top of the white rice. He slowly brought it to his lips and chewed carefully, savoring it. He still did not pay any attention to Ming Qingda kneeling to the side. Ming Qingda was not a simple character. The meaning this kneeling represented was also not that simple. Fan Xian needed time to think. After he finished thinking, he gently put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Old Master Ming, you are much older than me. How can I accept this?" The imperial envoy's hands were empty and powerless, but Ming Qingda had to stand. The conversation between officials and merchants began very calmly and steadily. Fan Xian gazed at him and said, "What is the old master prepared to explain? What kind of explanation could be exchanged for the lives of Fan Xian's subordinates? What would it take for Fan Xian to let the Ming family go?" Ming Qingda did not know and did not need to know. Everything he needed was for Fan Xian to temporarily let the Ming family go and buy the necessary buffer time for his family and Jingdo. Right now, the situation was too unclear. Even if he was prepared to be a grass on the wall, he still had to know where the wind was coming from. He was only begging for his stance to be able to make the imperial envoy loosen his grip slightly. To make the imperial envoy believe him, he also had a strong desire to lean toward his side. Fan Xian did not wait for the scheming and far-sighted old master to reply and said, "Your heart is not sincere, so there is no need to surrender." Ming Qingda's expression was calm, but he sighed and said, "The imperial envoy cannot believe me." "It is not that I cannot believe you," Fan Xian lowered his head and said. Fan Xian lowered his head and said, "Even you can't trust yourself. You've been on that boat for too long. To come down is very difficult. You should know this very well. If you are still on that boat, the other people on the boat will always have to ensure your safety. If you come to my boat, what about the goods you left on the original boat?" Naturally, this goods was not the goods they were talking about. Ming Qingda also knew this in his heart. Hearing Fan Xian's words, he knew it was impossible to convince this young imperial envoy. With a trace of tiredness, he self-mockingly begged, "Please show me the way." Fan Xian's gaze continued to linger on the delicacies on the table. After a moment of thought, he quietly said, "You have many brothers. Recently, I heard that Master Xia of Room B4 is also your brother?" Ming Qingda's expression did not change, but his heart began to ache. The Ming family had followed Fan Xian's enemy for too long. If he wanted Fan Xian to truly believe that the Ming family was willing to lean toward him, he had to be confident he could completely control the Ming family in his hands. Xia Qifei was clearly a pawn Fan Xian was using to control the Ming family. If it had been anyone else, Fan Xian would not have accepted this agreement. Fan Xian's words were, without a doubt, giving his own conditions. However, Ming Qingda could not accept these conditions no matter what. Putting aside the fact that Ming Qingda could not let go of his family business, just thinking of Xia Qifei's icy gaze and the wretched whip marks under his clothes, his heart began to twist. In the present situation, the one attacking was the Overwatch Council, and the one defending was the Ming family. Furthermore, the Ming family was retreating step by step. Today, the price increase in the palace treasury was only the first link in a chain of events. Following events followed one after another, and the Ming family was in a precarious position. Only now did Ming Qingda realize that this seemingly young imperial envoy was actually so conservative, cautious, severe, and sinister in his bones. Faced with such a large temptation, he was not moved at all. Only now did he realize that what Fan Xian wanted was far more than he could pay. It was not just 400,000 liang. It was not just the Ming family's secret cooperation in Jiangnan from now on. It was a somewhat arrogant and incomparably arrogant desire for complete control of the palace treasury's production and sales. "Please give me a way out," Ming Qingda said with a pained smile. Earlier, they were talking about a clear path. Now, they could only talk about a way out. If the last 4 bids continue like this, the tens of thousands of disciples in the family, as well as the countless servants hired around, will probably not be able to feed the family next year. The Ming family does not lack silver. Fan Xian looked at the master of the Ming family in front of him and admired him more and more. It was clearly threatening him, yet he said it so gently and lowly. It was not harsh at all. On the contrary, it was filled with comfort. In a moment, the last 4 bids, just pretend that the Ming family has spat out the silver they swallowed a few years ago. He tilted his head slightly and narrowed his eyes as he examined the slightly dispirited Ming Qingda. In his heart, he endlessly guessed what this master of the Ming family was planning. You should know my past. I do not appreciate your methods of selling things in the past. Of course, I am not an unreasonable bandit. As long as you do things more reliably, naturally, I will also be more reliably. The so-called reliably referred to last night's matter. Fan Xian used the tip of his chopsticks to knock against the edge of the porcelain plate, making a crisp clanging sound. In the end, he said, hold the bowl like a dragon spitting out pearls, use chopsticks like a phoenix nodding its head, eat until you're 80% full, if you can't finish, take it away. Being a person and doing things is the same as eating. Your posture must be beautiful, and you must know your limits. This is good. Ming Qingda knew that he would not be able to make any more progress in front of this imperial envoy. Hearing Fan Xian's last words, his heart relaxed slightly. Although he could not believe it completely, he absolutely believed that Fan Xian did not have any intention of forcing the Ming family to collapse. He still wanted to control the Ming family and not destroy it. To control the enormous Ming family. Xia Qifei could not do it, his mother could not do it, only he could. Ming Qingda had this confidence. Thus, in a moment, he would certainly vomit blood because of the last 4 bids. In his heart, he knew that in the days to come, he would still have to discuss things with the imperial envoy. Merchants were least afraid of discussing things. Haggling was their forte. Ming Qingda bowed respectfully to Fan Xian again and retreated. Looking at the slightly hunched and slightly aged back of the master of the Ming family, Fan Xian once again gently placed his chopsticks on the table and narrowed his eyes slightly. Up until now, he still could not see through Ming Qingda's depths. The meaning behind that kneel earlier was too rich. Admit defeat? Ask for peace? Surrender? Make up for last night's matter? If the Ming family truly intended to lean toward him, then the palace treasury's open and above-board situation was, on the contrary, the best place to show their true intentions. The problem was, Fan Xian did not believe that this old man would willingly surrender. He had not played all of his cards, and the Ming family was not at the end of their rope. The painful price that the big tree, which was used to standing on the other side of the river, wanted to be uprooted and moved to this side of the river. It should not be something that the Ming family was willing to pay right now. Why would the other party put on such a lowly posture? He still had the old matriarch above him. Which side the Ming family should lean toward was a major matter that concerned the future of tens of thousands of people in the clan. Ming Qingda should not have the power to make an arbitrary decision. Furthermore, this kneel was not hidden. Someone should have already seen it and would immediately spread. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed even more. Was the other party preparing to play the tragic card? In this world that had not yet produced someone like Bian, perhaps tragic was a feasible move. However, purposely kneeling in front of everyone, how tragic could that be? If it had been any other official, faced with the inclination that Ming Qingda displayed, they would certainly be secretly happy. Only Fan Xian did not think this way. Just as Ming Qingda had expected, he wanted too many things that the Ming family could not afford to give. Furthermore, he had prepared for this matter for a long time. He had the confidence to swallow the Ming family and not accept their surrender. Since Fan Xian could swallow the Ming family at any time, then why should he haggle with the Ming family to obtain their surrender? It was not that he did not want to, it was not that he could not, it was that he disdained it. The cool breeze passed through the door and blew away the remnants of the aroma of food in the courtyard of the palace treasury. It also blew away a sliver of the scent of firecrackers. Only the heavy atmosphere remained unmoved. Tension permeated the courtyard. It was like thousand-year-old ice, like a giant rock at the bottom of a river, difficult to melt in the spring wind, and difficult to move in the great river. The voice of the transport company official in charge of the ceremony had already become hoarse. It wasn't because he spoke too much, nor was it because he drank too little water, but because he was nervous. The merchants who lived along Corridor A and Corridor B could no longer sit still. Separated by the open door lattice, they stood on the high sill of the door and stared nervously outside. In the afternoon, it was the bidding of the palace treasury's last 4 lots. After 2 rounds of bidding, no one cheered. No one even wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. The Quanzhou Sun family, who had been scared off by the Ming family in the morning, listened to the price with a deathly pale face. Their eyes were lifeless as they looked outside. They had been scared again by the 2 madmen. All of the merchants felt that today's trip had broadened their horizons. At the same time, they had received a great shock. That was silver, that was silver. Why did the Ming family of room A1 and the Xia family of room B4 dare to throw it out like that? Could it be that in their eyes, those thick banknotes were no different from waste paper? Xiong Bailing of the Lingnan Xiong family looked outside with bloodshot eyes. He didn't quite believe his ears. He said to the accountant beside him, "Did the announcer make a mistake just now?" The accountant of the Xiong family wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How could the numbers calculated by the flour hull be wrong? Dear heavens, a few of Master Xia's brothers were killed yesterday. Today, he began to go crazy. The Ming family has also gone crazy. The old Ming master is not a bandit. Xiong Bailing was so nervous that he didn't have time to swallow his saliva. He choked in the middle and almost stumbled. With a flip of his hand, he snatched the teacup from a subordinate's hand and gulped it down. Lowering his voice, he scolded, "Xia Qifei is the 7th Ming master. I think the 2 of them are fighting for real. Brothers fighting against the wall, it is really exciting. It looks like the Ming family are all crazy in their bones." Not only was the announcer's voice trembling, but the Jiangnan merchants were sweating incessantly. Even the 3 masters sitting in the main hall were beginning to become nervous. Hearing the second round of bids, Eunuch Huang and Guo Zheng looked at each other. Their faces became deathly white. The 2 of them had never thought that the last 4 consecutive bids of the palace treasury bidding would be driven up by Fan Xian and the Ming family to such a terrifying level. The Ming family was set to lose money on these 4 consecutive bids, and it would be a huge loss. For Eunuch Huang and Guo Zheng, the Ming family's income would decrease, and the amount of money that Jiangnan would send to the capital, which could not see the light of day, would also be less, too much. Thinking of this, the gazes the 2 of them stared at Fan Xian with a bit of hatred. Although Fan Xian used his powerful state of mind to maintain the calm expression on his face, if one was attentive, they would still be able to see that the stiff and starched cuffs of the imperial envoy's purple official robe were slightly trembling. His thin and delicate lips were pressed together tightly, and there was a slight redness under his earlobes. After all, a scene like the one today was rarely seen. The Qing emperor was known as the wealthiest person in the world, but Fan Xian was willing to bet that the Qing emperor, who had never entered the Ministry of Revenue's treasury, had never seen so many banknotes floating around in the air with the announcer's raspy and trembling voice. 5 million liang of silver. 10 years after the founding of the Qing kingdom, the entire nation's financial taxes added together would only amount to 10 million liang. Even for the Qing kingdom, which was now at its peak, such a large amount of silver was still an inconceivable number. If this 10 million liang of silver was used to buy death soldiers in Jiangnan, it was enough to destroy the small vassal states around Dongyi with the wave of a hand. It was enough to become a tyrant. Such a large amount of silver, how many beauties could it be exchanged for? How many warhorses and weapons could it be forged? If it was all invested in the people's livelihood, how many li of dikes could it build? How many pots of porridge could it cook? How many halls could it open? How many people could it save? And, if it was all changed to silver ingots, how many people could it crush to death? The 5 million liang in the morning was already the highest price in the history of the palace treasury. In the afternoon, it easily broke the record, particularly in the second round of bidding. The Ming family had called out a price that broke 10 million liang. This not only broke the record, but it also broke through everyone's psychological defenses. The reason for such a result was, of course, due to the Ming family's current situation of being besieged both internally and externally, as well as the large amount of gold and silver Fan Xian had borrowed from the northern Qi emperor. The Ming family had to fight for this bid, but Xia Qifei had the ability to hedge against it. All of these factors added together to create such a terrifying number. Fan Xian drank a mouthful of cold tea and forcefully suppressed the emotions in his heart. He made a very secretive hand gesture. "All right, let's stop here. Rest, rest." It was not until now that Fan Xian gradually understood Ming Qingda's thoughts, the emperor's thoughts, and many people's thoughts. When Ming Qingda was fighting for the bid, he obediently followed Fan Xian's plan. For one, he was under pressure from Xinyang. For another, his thoughts were somewhat mysterious. Either way, he was just giving away silver. If he called out a low price, a portion of the silver he earned would have to be given to Xinyang. If he called out a high price, it was the same as giving the silver to the palace treasury, which was also the same as giving it to the emperor and Fan Xian. Ming Qingda saw things very accurately. He saw that the court needed his silver, so he decided to be ruthless. He wanted to throw out half of his family business. In this way, he won the bid and also suited Fan Xian's wishes. He didn't offend a single person on either side that he couldn't offend. It was a pity that he had offended money. With so much gold and silver, who knew how many years it would take for the Ming family to recover? The so-called spending money to get rid of disasters, the silver the Ming family used to get rid of disasters this time was truly going all in. In Fan Xian's view, the Ming family's economic strength had truly reached a terrifying level. The Qing emperor would not allow such an existence to grow. He would either weaken them or destroy them. This was the emperor's true intention in having Fan Xian go to Jiangnan. Ming Qingda also clearly grasped this intention. However, Shen Wansan had still died back then. Could the Ming family survive? This was something that happened later. Even Fan Xian had no way of completely controlling it. However, Fan Xian felt that the Ming family's performance was very useful. Thus, he made a hand gesture to have Xia Qifei stop bidding. It was not the mischief of a small farmer's mind, nor was it because he felt pity. Rather, Fan Xian knew that the old Ming master's act was certainly not over. 11,500,000 liang of silver was already enough. Fan Xian did not wish for too much discussion in court and bring too many negative evaluations to himself. Seeing the bandit in room B4 stop bidding, everyone, including the officials and merchants, did not feel regret or anger at not being able to watch the show. On the contrary, they all let out a breath at the same time, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The bidding this afternoon had been too terrifying. That number was too sensitive. The merchants did not want to cause something bad to happen. The officials also did not want the situation to be dragged to an explosive level. In the flower hall, the joint examination officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the Palace Treasury began to carry out intense examination work. In the end, they confirmed this bid. They used a red brush to carefully and nervously write the final report and handed it to the front hall. The officiating official walked to the stone steps and swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his hoarse and burning throat. In a trembling voice, he said, "Goods from the Southeast Road and Sea Road, for consecutive bids, Room A1, Ming family, 11. 5 million liang." Yes. No one cheered or cried out. Everyone wanted to quickly escape the palace treasury courtyard and get as far away from this number as possible. "Father! Father!" It was at this moment that a cry of surprise came from room A1, which was closest to the main hall. For a moment, everyone stood up from their chairs in shock. Looking in that direction, they didn't know what had happened to the Ming family. "Father! What happened to you? Someone come! Someone come! Quickly come and save him!" From room A1, young Master Ming Launcher's panicked cry for help rang out. Amidst the chaotic sounds, the officials quickly pushed open the door and entered. Only then did they find that the master of the Ming family, Ming Qingda, had fainted on the ground with an ashen face. Regardless of whether it was the officials or the merchants, they all thought they knew what had happened. Everyone thought that the master of the Ming family had been pressured from inside and outside to forcefully snatch these 4 consecutive bids and had been forced to bid a sky-high price. Thinking that the Ming family might decline because of this sky-high price, the old Ming master was so anxious that he fell unconscious. Everyone knew who had forced the Ming family into such a wretched situation. Thus, the gazes of everyone in the courtyard unconsciously turned toward the imperial envoy standing on the stone steps. Fan Xian was not very shocked. He narrowed his eyes and scolded, "What are you panicking about? Quickly seal the treasury and deposit the silver. After the process is over, quickly send the old Ming master to see a doctor." There was a whole set of procedures for opening and closing the palace treasury. There was also a lot of banknotes in the courtyard, so it took some time before the unconscious old Ming master was carried out. He was moved into the Ming family carriage that Fan Xian had specially allowed to drive to the front door and headed straight for the doctor. No one had expected that the lively palace treasury bidding, after consecutively setting a few records and provoking countless dangers, would have such a bleak and light ending. Watching the Ming family's carriage depart into the distance and thinking of the unknown fate of the master of the Ming family, the Jiangnan merchants couldn't help but sigh endlessly. A glimmer of sympathy grew in their hearts. The people of the Ming family left first. After the merchants went through the inspection, they also left the palace treasury courtyard. What remained were all officials who began to carry out the final finishing touches of the palace treasury. Since it was a business of selling money, naturally, the work of counting the 40% deposit silver banknotes was the most important. The 3 important figures stood in the flower hall and watched as the Ministry of Revenue and Transport Company officials entered the books and sealed the banknotes. Fan Xian looked at the Ming family's final 4 million liang deposit. At the bottom was a thick stack of banknotes from Xiaofan money house. His eyes narrowed slightly and knew that the matter had finally been completed. Originally, in the plan, the last 4 consecutive bids would force the Ming family to use the banknotes from Xiaofan money house. Fan Xian would purposely make things difficult for them. After all, Xiaofang's credibility was not as good as Tianxia's. At that time, Eunuch Huang and Guozheng would certainly speak up for the Ming family. Thus, Fan Xian would be able to remove himself even more cleanly. However, he had not thought that Ming Qingda would do things so straightforwardly and efficiently. Fan Xian was too lazy to smear the small details. However, in the end, Ming Qingda fainted. Keep pretending. Fan Xian smiled coldly in his heart, but his face carried a sympathetic expression. He sighed to Eunuch Huang beside him and said, "The Ming family won the bid with great difficulty. However, the old Ming master is still old and unable to withstand such joy. Instead, he fainted. It is best if this happy event doesn't become a funeral." Eunuch Huang, who was currently rubbing his fingers and drooling as he looked at the banknotes, still a little nervous, heard the imperial envoy's words. In his shock, he almost broke his fingers. He opened his mouth to curse, but he didn't dare. He thought to himself, what kind of person would make such sarcastic remarks after playing with someone? Eunuch Huang huffed angrily and didn't say anything. Guozheng smiled insincerely and said, "This year, the palace treasury's income is a full 80% higher than in previous years. When this gets back to Jingdo, the emperor will certainly reward Sir Fan Jr. greatly. In the future, becoming a king or marquis is just around the corner." Given Fan Xian's identity and the power he currently held, becoming a king or marquis in the future was a sure thing. He also didn't want to listen to Guozheng's flattery. He smiled coldly and said, "It's all thanks to all of you and the Jiangnan merchants who sympathize with the court. They would rather lose their hard-earned capital to supplement the palace treasury. As for me, in this matter, I did not play much of a role." Guozheng was stifled. He thought to himself, the Ming family almost sold their pants today. Wasn't it all because of you? And you still have the face to say I didn't play much of a role? He huffed coldly and didn't say anything else. He only cursed endlessly in his heart, keep pretending. Monthly tickets, come quick. Chapter 372. I'm not pretending, and no one punished me to kneel on the CPU or hit me with a stick. Monthly votes are a bonus. If I have them, I will be happy. My attitude in this area is so good that it angers both men and gods. Really, keep pulling for votes. Xia Mingji, it's so scary. Do you know how the copper wire the great prince pulled when he killed Huma was invented? Isn't that made of iron? The difference isn't that big, did you know? To be honest, Northern Qi really did not have such a thing. The Northern Qi ruler and officials were most interested in the military products of the Qing Kingdom Palace Treasury's 3 workshops. It was not easy for one side of the conversation to bring this up. The girl on the other side felt a glimmer of joy and said sincerely, "I don't know." "Oh, copper wire is very difficult to pull," the warm and gentle voice sighed. The gentle voice sighed and said, "I heard that the merchants in Jiangnan were fighting for a piece of copper coin, and they pulled it out by force." The joke itself was amusing, but coming from his mouth, it seemed rather cold. So, the girl only quirked her lips. He then asked, "Do you know how the tunnel from Sha Lake to the river in Shazhou was dug?" The girl shook her head. She didn't really want to play with him on these things. The person shook his head and said, "Because Jiangnan merchants dropped a copper coin into a rat hole on the dam." Haitang looked at Fan Xian, who was telling a joke. She looked at him quietly for a long time before saying, "I can understand these 2 jokes. I just don't know what you're trying to say." Fan Xian scratched at his slightly itchy and painful neck. Cece had not been in good spirits these 2 days. Every day, when she combed her hair, she used too much force and pulled too hard at the back of her head, so there were some red spots. As he scratched, he said, "These 2 jokes tell us that for merchants, being stingy is always a virtue worthy of praise, and profit is always an irresistible temptation." These were 2 jokes he had heard about Jews in his previous life. Using them on Jiangnan merchants at this time was not too strange. He turned around and pointed at his back to Haitang. Just now, he had scratched himself, but the area of the itch had quickly expanded. It had immediately run to the center of the heavenly assassin's back. Although Fan Xian's little tricks could easily dig there with his palm, it didn't feel good. So he pointed at his vest. Haitang glared at him, but her hand had already reached out, gently scratching his back through his clothes. Feeling the miraculous hand that could easily defeat the second priest using a supreme heart to scratch his itch, Fan Xian felt his entire body relax. He gave a comfortable moan and continued, "Being stingy is the nature of merchants. Ming Qingda being so willing to cut his own flesh is a bit unexpected. Furthermore, this matter concerns profits. Next year, I will certainly have to appease the Sun family of Chuanzhou and the merchants who lost out this year, so I will have to trouble you to tell your emperor that at most next year, I will be able to maintain this year's share. Any more will be difficult. Haitang nodded. Immediately after, she continued to ask, how are you going to deal with the Ming family? It looks like you are very satisfied with Ming Qingda's attitude. Fan Xian shook his head and said seriously, his attitude does not completely represent the Ming family's attitude. The matter of that night has not ended, and I cannot stop. The Ming family's current injuries are all on the economy. In the next year, just by relying on the palace treasury shipping goods to block him, I can make his family continue to bleed, but the Ming family's entire body is still relatively healthy. If I want to eat them all in one bite, it is impossible. Thus, as long as I am in Jiangnan, I will go every few days to cut a piece of flesh. Perhaps this was the so-called nibbling away. However, as Haitang listened, she couldn't help feeling sorrow for Ming Qingda. The old Ming master had put on a low profile, but he still had no way of controlling the execution of Fan Xian's valiant plan. Seeming to guess what she was thinking, Fan Xian explained, the Ming family will certainly not sit and wait for death. The problem is, the plan set by Xiaoyan this time is not the same as dealing with the Cui family. The Overwatch Council's methods are all methods that can be seen. Everything I am doing is completely in accordance with Qing law. This is not a conspiracy, it is an open plot. Faced with the difference in strength, the Ming family cannot carry out a direct counterattack. Don't think that Ming Qingda is purely trying to keep the peace. He is also wasting time and waiting for the situation in the capital to change. He emphasized his tone and said, for the Ming family, the situation in Jingdou must change. Otherwise, they can only wait to be eaten up by the court. Haitang continued in a quiet voice, thus, you won't let them continue to wait peacefully. Instead, you have to do your best to weaken their strength before the situation in Jingdou changes. Correct, Fan Xian said expressionlessly. Fan Xian said expressionlessly, everything will be done according to the rules. My only worry is that the Ming family's reputation is so good that it is difficult to understand. I can't find any problems in the Palace Treasury Transport Company accounts. The other party's ability to smooth out traces is too powerful. Presently, there has been no more news from that island. It seems that someone is helping them cover it up. Faced with such a seemingly gentle and virtuous large family, if I, or the Overwatch Council, push the Ming family too hard and the Ming family puts on an overly pitiful attitude, perhaps the Jiangnan scholars and people will retaliate. You are not a person who cares about other people's discussions, Haitang said with a smile. Fan Xian also smiled. These words are true. However, even if I don't care, it doesn't mean the emperor doesn't care. The emperor wants to leave his name in history and also wants his power to be permanent. This has always been a troublesome matter. If it wasn't because of this, the court would have too many ways to directly flatten the Ming family. Why hasn't it done anything yet? Isn't it because they are afraid of leaving an impression in people's hearts that the emperor is heartless and the court is sinister? They are afraid of leaving a dishonorable mark in the history books. Is the Qing emperor this kind of person? Haitang asked with confusion. Believe me, Fan Xian forced a smile and said. The emperor is indeed a person who cares about his reputation. Otherwise, when the heavens sent an auspicious sign last time, he wouldn't have had to fight with your emperor for that breath of air. This time, the emperor sent me down to Jiangnan to subdue the Ming family. Of course, he hopes that I can do it beautifully and trample the Ming family to death without leaving behind any bad reputation. If, at that time, the people of Jiangnan and even under heaven all feel injustice for the Ming family, if those powers in Jingdou make another ruckus, even if the emperor is heartless enough to let me be a black dog, he will still be forced to summon me back to the capital. Since it is so, today is already the 4th day after the palace treasury bidding. Why haven't you done anything? Haitang asked curiously. Fan Xian smiled and said, who says I haven't done anything? I have put in a lot of thought into the Baoyue brothel matter. Speaking of Baoyue brothel, Haitang felt a bit strange. She sighed and said, "It's one thing for you to borrow silver from me to repair the river works, but the silver of the Qi kingdom, you're using it to open a brothel. If this news gets back to Shangjing, I'm afraid the emperor will laugh me to death." Fan Xian knew that this northern Qi saint girl always felt uncomfortable about him opening a brothel. He said seriously, "The river works are a good deed. As you know, the work I am about to begin settling down the refugees is also a good deed. In reality, you don't know that opening a brothel is also a good deed." Haitang was very confused. What did a brothel forcing women to do such pitiful things have to do with doing a good deed? Humanity's two oldest professions, one is an assassin, and the other is a prostitute. Fan Xian snapped his fingers and pointed at his back, indicating for Haitang not to stop scratching his back. "You can't change this. I can't change it. Even my mother can't change it. Since it is so, this business will certainly continue to exist forever. Then, we might as well take control of this business in our own hands and set down some procedures to do our best to protect the interests of those pitiful women." Fan Xian first said Gu Long's famous words and then repeated the words he had used to convince Shi Chanli. Then, he solemnly concluded, "I open a brothel to protect those prostitutes. If I blindly place morality above my head and ignore it, cover my eyes and pretend there is no such thing in this world, then that is truly not having a benevolent heart and not treating those prostitutes as people." When Fan Xian specifically talked about the various new policies of Baoyue brothel, such as doctors and monthly leave, Haitang's hand that was tickling Fan Xian had already stopped. She looked at the back of his head with slight shock. It was as if she had not thought that what Fan Xian said was not empty lies and that he was actually doing these things. When she heard the last sentence, the admiration on Haitang's face was immediately hidden. In a quiet voice, she said, "Anji's words make sense." Fan Xian turned his head in surprise. He had not expected her to reply so seriously. This was not a good feeling. It was as if Su Jiling was persuading a nun. He shook his head and chased this sad and sorrowful association out of his mind. Without rhyme or reason, he said, Duo, I'm sorry." This time, it was Haitang's turn to make a sound of surprise and agreement. Fan Xian said, "A few days ago, you and I separated a bit. After the matter, I thought about it. This is mainly my problem. Of course, there is also your problem. But, in the end, it is my problem." Although Haitang did not really understand what he wanted to say, nor did she understand this strange sentence pattern that took up too many words and filled with rubbish, she could still easily connect it to the old road outside Shangjing in northern Qi. The young man in front of her had once said something about the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock. The world was yours and mine. A faint smile rose to the corners of her lips. Fan Xian clapped his hands and stared into her eyes. "I crave honesty between friends, but I am not honest enough with you. So, this is my problem. Ever since you left northern Qi and came to Jiangnan, you have to stare at so much silver every day and worry about how I will be. The pressure on you is too great, making it hard for your state of mind to calm. You are not as good as you were in the beginning and cannot successfully resolve this pressure. This is your problem. But, you have pressure, I have pressure. In the end, this pressure is caused by me, so this problem is also mine." Haitang smiled and covered her mouth, only revealing a pair of eyes as bright as a clear lake. Fan Xian was slightly startled and unconsciously said, "Your eyes are pretty." There was a third between the two of them. Fan Xian chuckled and said, "I didn't think you would have a little girl's side, but, in the end, you still haven't told me how old you are." Seeing Haitang's slightly angry expression, he noncommittally waved his hand and said, "Change the topic. Didn't you just ask why you haven't made a move against the Ming family these 2 days? You said you were busy with the brothel's renovation work." Haitang also knew how to joke, but it was a bit shaky. Fan Xian nodded and smiled. That is one thing. Of course, the most important problem is, I am waiting for Xia Qifei to recover. On the evening of March 26, in the area west of Suzhou where salt merchants and royal merchants gathered, red lanterns hung high and firecrackers rang out. It was a joyous atmosphere. The Jiangnan Water Bandits commander Xia Qifei, who had been in the limelight during the palace treasury matter, had officially bought a courtyard in Suzhou. Today was the first time he had opened his doors to welcome guests. In reality, the true wealthy of Jiangnan all had their own large courtyards outside of Suzhou in the Jiangnan water villages. They usually lived in their own manors and rarely stayed in the city. However, each of their families had a luxurious residence in the western part of Suzhou because this was a symbol of status and a display of the family's power. The land in the west of the city was very expensive. Furthermore, no one was willing to sell property, so not everyone had the right to live there. Xia Qifei was able to successfully open his own courtyard. This meant that after the palace treasury matter, Jiangnan had already recognized his right. Of course, Xia Qifei, who had moved into Suzhou, had to wash himself clean and not leave a trace of evil on his face. Thus, he could not move in as the commander of the Jiangnan Water Bandits. His current identity had already changed. He had become the owner of Xia Mingji. Xia Mingji was also a newly opened business. The meaning hidden in the name was clear to the merchants who had come to congratulate them. The Ming family was very eye-catching. However, they didn't know whether or not the Ming family would send someone today. They heard that after the master of the Ming family, Ming Qingda, fainted that day, it took him a whole 2 days to wake up. His body was very weak. A carriage stopped in front of the Xia manor. The carriage was completely black and did not have any emblems. However, the guards staring at it like tigers watching their prey, as well as the sudden increase of strangers on the street, all made clear the identity of this carriage. The merchants surrounding the door of the Xia manor quickly walked over and bowed toward the carriage. They then eagerly prepared to welcome the person in the carriage. Inside the carriage, Fan Xian said to the third prince in an even voice, "Your Highness, do you really want to join in on the excitement? It doesn't seem very appropriate." The third prince smiled sweetly and said, "I know what teacher is worried about. However, since teacher is not avoiding suspicion today to help Xia Qifei, adding one more student is nothing." Fan Xian smiled. He knew that this little guy had not forgotten Yi Guipin's teachings at all times. Regardless of life or death, he would be tied to him. Not only psychologically, but also in public opinion. One big and one small, the two nobles of Suzhou reservedly got off the carriage. It drew a clamor and rising of cheers from outside the carriage. Fan Xian stood in the room and used his hand to touch the clearly newly made study table. Smelling the faint scent of clear wood, he thought to himself that this world was nothing special, but the newly renovated house did not have the smell of methane. This benefit was enough. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He realized that it had been a long time since he had thought of the things of his original world. He didn't know what this meant. Perhaps he was getting more and more used to this world, but why was there an unknown desire in his heart that kept scratching and making his heart itch? He didn't know what exactly he was longing for. It wasn't tobacco, it wasn't porn, he didn't know what it was. He shook off his daze and found that Xia Qifei and the third prince were both staring at him in a daze. He couldn't help smiling self-mockingly and saying, "Qingcheng, you're injured. Sit by yourself and don't mind me. I often zone out." Knowing that the imperial envoy and the third prince had arrived together, the Jiangnan merchants who had come to the front yard to offer their congratulations were all secretly envious of Xia Qifei's luck and shocked at the imperial envoy and the third prince's actions of not avoiding others. They also didn't dare make too much noise, so the sounds of drinking and merrymaking in the front yard did not disturb the conversation in the study in the back garden. Xia Qifei was actually very shocked at Fan Xian's arrival. Furthermore, he had come with the third prince. Fan Xian shook his head and said, "Nowadays, everyone in Jiangnan knows of our relationship. I think Jingdou should also know. If that's the case, why are you still trying to hide it?" Xia Qifei glanced at the third prince. Thinking of the rumors on the streets, he didn't avoid them and said straightforwardly, "Commissioner, I'm afraid I've brought you trouble." "What trouble?" Fan Xian gazed at him warmly. "You work for the court. It looks like you're doing well recently, but in reality, you've suffered quite a bit." Xia Qifei thought of the brothers who had died that night and his expression darkened slightly. "Are your injuries better?" Fan Xian asked. Xia Qifei respectfully replied, "Much better." Fan Xian thought for a moment and then slowly said, "You don't have to worry too much. Concerning the Ming family, my attitude is very firm. Perhaps the progress will be a bit slower, but don't think that I have been fooled by someone's attitude." The news of the current master of the Ming family, Ming Qingde, kneeling in the courtyard of the palace treasury manor and fainting after winning the bid had long spread throughout Suzhou and beyond. Thus, as the knife in Fan Xian's hand, what Xia Qifei was most worried about was whether the hand holding the knife would suddenly change its mind. Hearing Fan Xian make a promise, Xia Qifei's spirit rose involuntarily despite his injured body. Revenge and taking back the Ming family was his greatest wish. If he didn't have Fan Xian's help, he would never have been able to do it. Fan Xian looked at his expression and said in a low voice, "You work for the court, so the court will support you. To put it more bluntly, since you are my person, I must openly announce this to the world. There is no need to remove this relationship or hide it. In the future, when you work in Jiangnan and send goods to the north, with this layer of influence, it will all be much easier." Xia Qifei's expression appeared to be moved, but he felt a bit terrified in his heart. He didn't know why the commissioner was in such a rush to bring this matter to light. Xia Qifei still thought he was working for the court. He didn't understand that just because Fan Xian used him did not mean that the court used him. To have Xia Qifei send goods to the north and use the Chui family's old route to connect with Fan Xizha in the north. Under the protection of Fan Xian in the south and the emperor in the north, he would reopen that smuggling route. This was Fan Xian's true goal. Presently, the south had the Overwatch Council secretly managing it, and the north had the provost of the Discipline Commission, Wei Hua. He was both an old acquaintance of Fan Xian and someone the northern Qi emperor trusted. This route was already flawless. The only thing that needed to be hammered a few more times was Xia Qifei himself at the beginning. Fan Xian had come under the guise of discussion. He wanted to use the words of the people to firmly bind Xia Qifei to his side. After today, no matter who it was, no one would believe that Xia Qifei was not Fan Xian's trusted aide. In the future, when the smuggling began, even if Xia Qifei wanted to betray Fan Xian, probably no one would believe him. Furthermore, Fan Xian's enemies would also target Xia Qifei. The Jiangnan restaurant was already a good start. This could only force Xia Qifei to hold Fan Xian even tighter, using external aggression to lock one's heart and tie people onto the boat. The third prince was pestering to get on the boat, but it was impossible for Xia Qifei not to go. The day after tomorrow. Before Fan Xian left the Xia manor, he gave one last order to Xia Qifei. The required procedures should be complete. When the time comes, it will be your turn. Xia Qifei felt slightly excited. Although he knew that the commissioner only needed him to attract the Ming family's attention, he could, in the end, roar his voice in the Suzhou government. It seemed that he was getting closer and closer to his life's goal. However, you also understand. Fan Xian sighed and patted his shoulder. There are no precedents in Qing law for this kind of thing. The other party is the eldest son of the eldest branch. According to the law, he is taking advantage. Even if the council helps, it is unlikely to obtain the desired result. there are many ways to get back what has been lost. Don't be anxious, and don't be overly disappointed. Xia Qifei's heart trembled slightly. He always felt that the young commissioner in front of him was not just talking about the Ming family. Between the upper and lower levels, it seemed that because of the word family property, a certain harmony had been created. He raised his hands in a salute and said, "Moved, I do not deserve to trouble you because of my matters." "You deserve it," Fan Xian said sympathetically. "From the beginning, it was made clear that I am also a person who prioritizes profit. Don't be overly concerned." The more he emphasized profit, the more Xia Qifei felt he was sincere. He repeatedly bowed and saw him and the third prince out of the manor. More accurately speaking, Fan Xian and the third prince only stood for a moment in the Xia manor before leaving. The entire process was less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. However, the attitude and determination they displayed would certainly pass through the mouths of the merchants and officials and reach the ears of the master of the Ming family. After the carriage left the Xia manor, it was not in a hurry to return to Hua Garden. Instead, it headed toward the north of the city. There were many Jianghu heroes in the north of Suzhou, so the guards beside the carriage also became nervous. "What day is the day after tomorrow?" The third prince opened his innocent and harmless eyes and asked Fan Xian. Fan Xian replied, "Xia Qifei will enter the Suzhou government and sue the Ming family for stealing the family property. If you want to know what happens after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 373. On the quiet streets of Suzhou, the clear sound of the carriage wheels drowned out the shocked cry from inside the carriage. The third prince said after a moment of shock, "This lawsuit can still be fought?" "Why not?" Fan Xian smiled slightly. "Whether or not we can win is another matter, but we must fight." The third prince was, after all, only 9 years old. He was still a child. Hearing of this matter, he became interested and said, "Sir, when the time comes, let's go watch the excitement. I heard that Xia Qifei's birth mother was beaten to death alive by the current old Ming matriarch." Fan Xian sighed. "This is a family property lawsuit, not an old murder case. It's only about the articles on Qing law and documents. There's no meaning to it." The third prince asked curiously, "Sir, there's no guarantee?" "No." Fan Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If there was a guarantee, then why bother with all these tricks? I just hope to drag it out, the longer the better." The third prince sat back down unhappily in his chair and looked at the unfamiliar street scene that passed by. He unconsciously asked, "If you're not going back to Hua Garden at this time, where are you going?" Fan Xian gazed at him and said, "The emperor had you follow me to learn, and you have always been diligent. Since you have come out with me today, I will go along the way to learn something you will definitely need to learn in the future." The third prince didn't know what Fan Xian was talking about. The carriage went from the west side of the city to the north side. It did not enter the place where the men were always circling. Instead, it quietly followed an alley and turned west. Using the cover of the night and the secret vigilance of the members of the Qinian unit behind it, it shook off any possible tailing and disappeared into Suzhou. The carriage stopped outside a private residence. The location was secluded and difficult to notice. Gauda came down from the driver's seat. His hand grasped the hilt of the long knife on his back. After coldly and carefully observing for a while, he made a fist to signal that it was safe. Only then did Fan Xian lead the third prince's subordinates out of the carriage. The 6th Bureau assassins at Fan Xian's side were all recovering from their injuries. Fan Xian was not willing to let the only 2 people who were unharmed risk their lives again. Thus, their personal safety was completely handed over to the Tiger Guards and the Qinian unit. He acted with increasing caution. Walking along the quiet doorway, the third prince felt a little creeped out. It was dark all around, but he could smell a trace of smoke. This kind of feeling made his hair stand on end. The child unconsciously tightened his grip on Fan Xian's palm. He entered the house and turned into another room. It was a bedroom, and everything was there. There was a big bed and a dressing table. There was even a couple sleeping on the bed. The third prince opened his mouth wide, unable to make a sound for a long time. He thought to himself, what kind of joke is this? Fan Xian was slightly startled. He turned his head to look at the Overwatch Council official leading the way. The official's countenance did not change. He walked straight to the bedside and pulled the hook on the bed frame. With a click, the curtain above the bed was slowly pulled open, revealing a slanting path downwards. He then made a gesture of invitation. As he did all of this, the couple on the bed only moved in a little and did not have any reaction. They didn't even glance at the people by the bedside. It was as if they were blind and deaf. It was also as if Fan Xian and his group were all like ghosts. Fan Xian looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He scratched his head. He kept on feeling that it was like some kind of novel he had read in his previous life. Unexpectedly, it had become reality in front of his eyes. This private residence was a secret residence the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council had placed in Suzhou. At this time, the third prince knew where he had come. Holding Fan Xian's hand, he carefully walked toward the underground tunnel. His heart was beating like a drum. In a trembling voice, he said, "Teacher, although I am a prince, according to the rules of the court, I do not have the right to know about the secret residences of the Overwatch Council." Fan Xian smiled and said, "Every city has 3 to 5 secret residences. It's not like it's something strange. As for the rules, with me here, no one can say anything." He was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. After Chen Pingping's personal letter, he had the absolute power of the Overwatch Council. Hearing Fan Xian say this, the third prince relaxed slightly. Under the contrast of the dim light, he continued to move forward. The 4th Bureau's residence in Suzhou was not the largest, but it was the most secretive. Before long, they came to a secret room. The light in the room was quiet, and the dim light illuminated the somewhat cramped room. There was a charcoal fire in the room, 2 soldering irons, a few boxes of medicine, a few benches, and more than a dozen long and short metal sharp objects of different shapes. It was the standard preparation for extorting a confession. Particularly when paired with the 2 dying and bloody people on the torture rack, it was clear. Fan Xian sniffed this familiar and intimate scent and couldn't help but sniff. He felt the third prince's hand tighten. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. This child did sinister things in the palace and Jingdo, but he was still a child. He had never seen such a slaughterhouse-like scene. The 4th Bureau officials who were extorting confessions had already taken off their clothes because of the heat. They were working with their upper bodies bare. Seeing their superiors suddenly come to the secret residence, they jumped in fright and hurriedly looked around for clothes to wear. Fan Xian waved his hand to stop their movements and said, "Continue working, how are the interrogations coming along?" An official was wearing only one sleeve and wretchedly walked to the table in the corner of the room. He carefully took out a few pieces of paper. They were the results of the extortion. Fan Xian took them and glanced at them. He couldn't help furrowing his brows. It was because he had been thinking about the Juanshan conference that, in order to make good use of time, he had personally come to see the situation of the interrogation. Unexpectedly, a few days had already passed and there was still not much progress. The 2 people who had been captured by the Overwatch Council were the 2 swallow-like assassins who had tried to kill Xia Qifei in front of the Jiangnan restaurant on the night of March 22. That day, these 2 assassins had been poisoned by the swordsmen of the 6th Bureau. They had seen the opportunity quickly and wanted to escape. Unexpectedly, along the way, they had been knocked unconscious by Hai Tang. Afterward, Fan Xian unceremoniously took them and hid them in a secret residence. He tortured and interrogated them. He wanted to know a little inside information about the Juanshang Conference. For the Overwatch Council, the Juanshang Conference was truly mysterious. A power that even the Overwatch Council could not grasp made Fan Xian worry. A loosely organized organization? Yet, they could use the second priest of the Qing Temple as a chess piece? Fan Xian furrowed his brows and looked at the results of his subordinates' interrogation. These two assassins were famous killers in the Jiangnan area. Their martial arts were powerful and their actions were sinister. However, it seemed that they did not know much about the Juanshang Conference. They had only been bought by the Ming family with silver to do things. Wake them up. He shook his head helplessly. An official brought a small bottle to the noses of the two people on the rack and had them sniff it. The two of them struggled weakly. Their muscles twisted and fresh blood seeped out of their wounds again. They also woke up. The two assassins forced their eyes open. Terror seeped through their blurred eyes. They had long lost the toughness they had when they were first captured. It looked like they had been tortured badly by the cruel officials of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council these few days. Fan Xian and the third prince sat on the long, not-so-clean bench. Fan Xian flipped through the paper in his hand and quietly asked, "The Sir Zhou you speak of, what does he have to do with the Juanshang Conference?" The two assassins knew the Overwatch Council's methods. Since they were not going to be martyrs, they rushed to answer. In a hoarse voice, they roared, Sir Zhou is the accountant of the Juanshang Conference. As for what exactly he does inside, I truly do not know." Fan Xian raised his head in surprise. "Is Sir Zhou not the head housekeeper of the Ming family?" One of the assassins said in a trembling voice, "I have only heard of it once. Concerning the Juanshang Conference, I truly only know this one thing. After enduring for a few days, you two are still quite spirited. It looks like you haven't suffered too much." Fan Xian shook his head. A glimmer of despair flashed through the eyes of the two assassins. The Overwatch Council officials began to use torture again, carrying out this unaesthetic yet repetitive and uninteresting work. Wretched cries rose and fell in the torture room. They were incomparably mournful, but they had no way of reaching the ground. Fan Xian did not cover the third prince's eyes. The third prince looked at this scene. His face was deathly pale, but he forced his head not to turn to the side. He only looked at this bloody scene and suddenly felt the food in his stomach want to rush out of his throat uncontrollably. His chest was extremely depressed. Fan Xian took out a box of ointment from his clothes and used the tip of his index finger to wipe it. He carefully rubbed it under the third prince's nose. In a quiet voice, he said, "I have already reported the matter of the Juanshang Conference to the Emperor. For the other party to be so daring, Your Highness will be able to understand what kind of daring they have. For today's enemies and future enemies, there are some methods we must learn, but we must not revel in them." The third prince knew what Fan Xian was teaching him. On the other side, the fresh flesh on the assassins' chests had already mixed with blood and turned into balls of charred flesh that sizzled on a metal plate. You cannot view using torture and cruel officials as the best way to maintain the rule of the court. You cannot rely on these methods. Even if you weave a wide net, there will still be fish that slip through. Torture and extort confessions, but you still cannot obtain all the information you need, Fan Xian said calmly. The way of governing is to balance leniency and severity. If you believe, then you do not doubt. If you doubt, then you do not use it. Leniency is the foundation. The rest are just small methods to pave the way. The third prince's nose wriggled with a cool smell. He lost some of his malice and understood Fan Xian's meaning. The very different attitudes toward Ming Qingda and Xia Qifei clearly illustrated Fan Xian's method of doing things. If you believe, then you do not doubt. If you doubt, then you do not use it. Coming to watch the execution tonight was to let him understand that not all powerful methods would be effective. It's not bad to be able to get information about the Ming family, Fan Xian comforted his subordinates. Take care of the offerings and heal these two people's wounds. They'll be useful in the future. After leaving the secret residence, the fourth bureau of the Overwatch Council had set up in Suzhou. Fan Xian's mood was heavy. At first, he had hoped to be able to find traces of the Juanshan conference. Unexpectedly, he couldn't get anything out of these two assassins. He could only teach the third prince a few things along the way. In reality, it was just to cover up his own helpless awkwardness. Sitting in the carriage on the way back to Hua Garden, he thought carefully. After all, the Overwatch Council was the Emperor's Special Forces organization. There were many things that could not be done openly. Thus, in terms of organization, there were innate limitations. For example, there could not be too many people. Thus, far away in the strategic town of Jiangnan, although it had always been an important area of supervision for the Fourth Bureau, there was still a clear lack of people. If they wanted to investigate such a mysterious organization as the Juanshan Conference, which floated in the clouds, the Overwatch Council's power in Jiangnan was far from enough. At this moment, Fan Xian very much wished that Yan Bingyun could be by his side. However, he also understood that Yan Bingyun was currently in charge of the Fourth Bureau and could not easily leave the capital. Furthermore, he needed Yan Bingyun to help Deng Ziyu with most of the work in the First Bureau. Even if Wang Qinian was here, things might be a lot easier. He sighed. Yang Jimei had not only given Hua Garden to the imperial envoy Fan Xian with both hands, she had also kept the servants, women, and cooks in the garden. After the Overwatch Council's inspection, they confirmed that these people were clean, so Fan Xian did not refuse this good intention. Thus, other than everything close to her, Cici began to enjoy the treatment of a young mistress. Although she was not used to it, there was nothing she could do. The pitiful little girls Fan Xian had bought on his way to Jiangnan also did not have the opportunity to do any rough work. They were truly raised like serving girls in a large family. What was particularly worthy of praise was the chef Yang Jimei had left behind. His standards were so high that it could make the royal chefs in the palace blush with shame. Every day, his 3 meals were cooked in a variety of ways. It made Fan Xian reluctant to go out to taste the delicacies of Jiangnan. He was willing to stay in the garden. Cici liked this chef the most, and the third prince hated him the most. That morning, Fan Xian, Haitang, and the third prince were sitting around a small table eating porridge made with old corn, diced ham, and western vegetables. The color of the porridge was not very pretty, but the completely mismatched flavors mixed together made it very delicious and strange. Fan Xian drank 3 bowls in a row. Cici, who was standing to the side, scooped out the porridge in time. At this moment, a few people walked in from outside the yard, accompanied by a tiger guard. They came to the courtyard and looked at Fan Xian and the third prince sitting around the table. They then glanced at Haitang and couldn't help but be shocked. Fan Xian looked at the people who had stepped over the threshold and was even more shocked. The people who had come were Sangwon and Deng Ziyu. Sangwon had already come down to Jiangnan to help him. However, what was Deng Ziyu doing in Jiangnan instead of staying together in the capital? When Fan Xian saw clearly the person standing between the two of them, he unconsciously stood up in shock and cried out, "De Bao! Why are you here?" Indeed, the fat man standing carelessly between Sangwon and Deng Ziyu with a dazed expression, looking around fearfully, if it wasn't De Bao, who else could it be? Fan Xian quickly walked forward in fear. He grabbed his brother-in-law's hand with one hand and asked Deng Ziyu, "What's going on? Where's Wanner?" Deng Ziyu's expression was tired. He smiled bitterly and said, Madam's health hasn't been good recently, so she temporarily delayed coming down to Jiangnan. However, this uncle heard that he was coming to see you, so he kept making a fuss at home. The minister sent me to bring this uncle to Jiangnan. Nonsense, Fan Xian sighed. Immediately after, his heart tightened. He asked anxiously, Wanner's health isn't good? Oh, it's nothing. Sang Wen, who had a warm smile on her face and the flesh on her cheeks, replied, the princess has probably caught the wind and is a bit tired. She'll be fine after resting for a few days. She took out 2 letters from her clothes and handed them to Fan Xian. These are letters for you. Fan Xian accepted them and glanced at them. They were written by his father and Wanner. He didn't have time to read them. He first put them in his clothes and said angrily, Father, what do you mean? Jiangnan is in chaos right now. Why did you send Dabao here? Dabao suddenly grinned and pulled on Fan Xian's ear. Little Xian, you hid for so long in this hide-and-seek, you're really good. The third prince, who was holding the bowl of porridge and staring curiously at the door, found that the always scary Fan Xian was actually like this in front of this big idiot. He couldn't resist anymore. With a splutter, he spat out the mouthful of porridge he had been holding in his mouth. Deng Ziyu smiled awkwardly and quickly went forward with Sangwen to bow to the third prince. He didn't dare look at Fan Xian's wretched appearance. Presumably, these two had also been annoyed by Dabao's antics along the way. Since Dabao had come, there would certainly be people to serve him along the way. Cici understood and quickly left the garden to settle those people down. Fan Xian had also finally calmed Dabao down. He first settled him in the back garden and had the little serving girls, who had nothing to do all day, go and eat melon seeds with him. Only now did the front hall quiet down. Haitang rose and bowed slightly. She then left the front hall. She knew that Fan Xian must have a lot to talk about with Deng Ziyu. After Deng Ziyu entered the hall, it was as if he hadn't seen this country girl. Since she had taken the initiative to bow to him, he still had to quickly return the bow. Sitting at the table, Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, Last night, I was thinking that there are indeed few people by my side. It's good that you came, but what about the capital? Sir Yen Jr. is watching over the capital. After receiving the council report you sent back to the capital, the director sent me to bring some people over to help, Deng Ziyu explained. Deng Ziyu explained, also, the thing you wanted to prepare took the second and third corps a few months to complete, so I might as well deliver it to you on my way. Fan Xian shook his head and said, I thought someone else would deliver it. I didn't think it would be you. He glanced at the third prince beside him, who was eating porridge and eavesdropping. He coughed and asked the young master to leave. After the third prince left gloomily, Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, When you came in earlier, why was your expression so strange? Deng Ziyu glanced around and smiled bitterly. When I left the capital, the rumors in Jingdo were too fierce. They all said that you and the northern Qi Saint girl, Haitang, would travel together, sit together, and sleep together. The court couldn't stop discussing it. Furthermore, you are now fixated on the palace treasury, so you have to avoid suspicion. The officials in court were preparing to use this matter to attack you. I didn't think that when I entered Hua Garden today, I would see that girl. Only then did I know that the rumors were true. I couldn't help but worry. Sleep together? Fan Xian smiled coldly. Only those people could think of that. Let's not talk about it. Let me see what you brought. Deng Ziyu carefully took out a flat box from his clothes and handed it to Fan Xian's hand. Fan Xian lifted the lid and carefully examined the piece of paper lying quietly in the middle of the box. The paper was slightly yellowish-white. The edges were slightly curled, and it could be seen that it was quite old. The handwriting on the paper was slightly crooked. It looked like the person who wrote it was near the end of his life. Not bad. Fan Xian furrowed his brows. Although this will still not be of much use, if this family property lawsuit is to be dragged on, we will have to rely on this. Deng Ziyu replied, "Don't worry, the second and third bureau worked together and used countless pieces of the Ming family's previous master's handwriting. They also used old paper that is difficult to find today. In addition to the craftsmanship and attention to detail, no one should be able to tell it is fake. Of course, the Ming family knows it is fake. The real one has long been destroyed," Fan Xian smiled and said. "To pass off the fake as the genuine, there are indeed many professionals in our council. In the future, if we go into the fake antique business, I think we can make a lot of money. Send it to Xia Qifei in a moment. Tomorrow, when the court opens for trial, if this will is thrown there, the Suzhou government will probably be dumbfounded." The investigation into the Ming family continued, but it did not have any results. For one, the Ming family's efforts to wipe away traces was too deep. For another, there were countless connections in the Jiangnan officialdom that protected them. Naturally, the Suzhou government was one of the links. Although Fan Xian could not directly tear down the Suzhou government, using a secret Chen Pai's will to make the Jiangnan road officials feel fear and trepidation was still a very easy thing to do. When he was the only one left in the flower hall, Fan Xian took out the 2 letters from his clothes. First, he roughly scanned them and then read them carefully. Wanner's letter basically talked about Jingdou matters. Occasionally, it would mention the situation in the palace. However, the language was a bit cryptic. One of the greatest benefits of having a wife in Jingdou was that she could help Fan Xian immediately understand which way the wind in the palace would blow. The eldest princess returned to Guangxin Palace. The second prince quietly returned to the stage. The crown prince's movements were the most secretive. The old Empress Dowager seemed to be dissatisfied with Fan Xian's arrogance in Jiangnan. The strangest thing was that the emperor was still calm. This goddamned emperor, what good was it for him to make the world so chaotic? Where did his confidence come from? Fan Xian sighed. His fingers gently rubbed the fragrant letter. Suddenly, his longing for Wanner surged up. After not seeing her for a number of months, he knew that his wife was in Jingdou, worried about him and making plans. After he finished reading his father's letter, Fan Xian finally understood De Bao's purpose in coming to Jiangnan. In the letter, Minister Fan urged Fan Xian to find a time to send De Bao to Wuzhou. After resigning, the Prime Minister, Lin Ruofu, lived in seclusion in Wuzhou. It had been a long time since he had seen his son. If Fan Xian sent De Bao to Wuzhou, he could take the opportunity to visit his scheming father-in-law. This excuse was very good. Even the emperor could not oppose it. Wanli, brother Xiao Jin, the wind blows through the sky, burying love in blood. I'm very happy. Thank you, everyone. I don't know what to say. It seems a little pretentious to ask everyone to spend less money. Hehe, I can only say, I will still write novels next year. I will still write novels the year after that. I will still write novels the year after that. I will still write novels the year after that. I will also write novels the year after that. The more I write, the better it will be, to be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 374. A big piece of gossip had happened in the Suzhou government. The Suzhou people, who loved excitement and did not fear the government, had long received the news. Early in the morning, they swarmed to the door of the yamen, discussing as they waited. What everyone was discussing was the matter that had caused an uproar in Suzhou and had gradually attracted the gazes of all of Jiangnan, the fight for the Ming family property. No one had thought that the 7th young master of the Ming family, who should have died of illness a long time ago, would suddenly appear in front of everyone. Furthermore, with a shake of his body, he had become the commander of the Jiangnan Water Bandits, a famous figure in the underworld. Furthermore, after the palace treasury matter, the seventh young master's identity had changed again. He had become a royal merchant responsible for managing the palace treasury's North Road marketing. However, no matter how his identity had changed, what attracted the most attention was still his identity as a descendant of the Ming family. Xia Qifei had entered the Suzhou government to submit a petition to fight a family property lawsuit. No one knew how the people living in Ming Garden would react. Whose hands would the Ming family property, which could rival a country's wealth, fall into? In the hearts of most people, they were actually partial to the Ming family. For one, the Ming family hid their dark side well and created a clear and bright image in the hearts of the Jiangnan gentry and people. For another, Ming Qingda was the eldest son of the Ming family's eldest son. Even if Xia Qifei was truly the seventh son of the Ming family, according to Qing law and the tradition since ancient times, the family property should be inherited by the legitimate eldest son. Furthermore, who could prove that Xia Qifei was truly Ming Qingcheng? At this moment, the outside of the Suzhou government was lively, but inside the yamen was incomparably tense. The Suzhou government Zhizhou was half bent over the large table with a headache. He sighed weakly to the advisor beside him and said, "Tell me, what should we do today?" The Ming family was a century-old family. No one knew how many connections they had with the Jiangnan officialdom. They had long been inseparable. If something happened to the Ming family, a small half of the Jiangnan officials would probably follow them in. For an important position like the Suzhou government, the Ming family had already fed the other party full. Xia Qifei was going to enter to fight a family property lawsuit. The Suzhou Zhizhou had to consider the problem from the standpoint of Ming Qingda and the old matriarch, but, behind Xia Qifei was the imperial envoy and not someone the Zhizhou dared to offend. The advisor's face was also full of fear. He anxiously paced around on the ground. Suddenly, he stopped and closed the paper fan in his hand with a snap. "Sir, it's time to be an honest and upright official," the advisor said through gritted teeth, his eyebrows scrunched up into an ugly circle. The Suzhou Zhizhou panicked and said angrily, "What nonsense is this? Have I not always been an upright official?" After saying this, he thought of something. The Zhizhou suddenly became discouraged and said, "This is the Ming family's business. It is not good for me to stay out of it. After all, in the past, it was because of the old matriarch that I was able to sit in this position." The advisor knew that the old master had misunderstood his meaning and quickly went forward to say a few words. He lowered his voice and explained, "Old master, have you seen anyone from the Ming family say anything these 2 days?" The Suzhou Zhizhou paused. He thought for a moment and then said strangely, "Yes, the Ming family has never sent anyone to communicate with me." The advisor smiled sinisterly and said, "It looks like the Ming family has a card up their sleeve. They know that no matter how this case is fought and what Xia Qifei has in his hands, the Ming family's enormous family property will still only belong to the old Ming master. Since the Ming family is not worried, naturally they have the confidence to win. Why worry for them?" The Suzhou Zhizhou lowered his head slightly and asked in a very low voice, "Then, according to you, what should I do?" This advisor specialized in criminal names and was extremely familiar with Qing law. With a swish, he opened his fan and proudly said, "Regardless of whether or not Xia Qifei can find the old man from back then and prove his past, even if he is truly the seventh son of the Ming family, according to Qing law, he will not have a share in this family property. Since you don't want to offend either side, and the Ming family is currently protected by Qing law, then what are you worried about? Today, you only need to report it to the public and judge the case according to Qing law. Presumably, the imperial envoy will not be able to blame you." Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching this case that had shocked Jiangnan? The Suzhou Zhizhou furrowed his brows and thought for a long time. He felt that this was the only way. Reporting the case to the public and deciding according to the law, he could not offend Fan Xian, and he could silently watch the Ming family succeed. He could also erect an official's reputation. It seemed to be a three-way win situation. Thinking of this, the Zhizhou finally relaxed and let out a long breath. So it is like this. Not moving is moving. At this moment, the broken drum outside the yamen began to beat. The Zhizhou furrowed his brows and cursed, "This Xia water bandit is truly impatient." Although he said this, he did not dare slight it. He tidied up his official robes, piled on a kind smile within his dignity, and walked out of the study toward the court. Arriving at the court, one could only hear a clamor outside the manor. A wave of murderous roars rose up and finally suppressed the clamor of the Suzhou people outside. The Zhizhou narrowed his eyes and looked down the hall. With some surprise, he found that Xia Qifei had come to the hall alone. He had not brought anyone else with him. It looked like the imperial envoy had not sent anyone to help Xia Qifei. "Who is below?" "Commoner Xia Qifei." "What matter do you have to report?" Xia Qifei was silent for a moment. His mind wandered and, for a moment, forgot to reply. He was wearing a pure green cotton robe. The beard on his chin had been shaved cleanly, revealing his green skin. He looked full of valiance and full of vigor. The hands that were exposed outside his sleeves were trembling slightly. It looked like the matter today was indeed of great significance to the seventh young master of the Ming dynasty. The Zhizhou glanced at him with some disgust. He felt that this person standing proudly in the court was a significant challenge to his authority. Furthermore, he dared to, not kneel in front of his face. He was just about to fly into a rage when he found his sleeve being tugged on by the advisor. The advisor said in a quiet voice, "Fan. Fan, don't worry about small matters." The Zhizhou was startled and thought about it. What was the point in bothering about such small matters? At this moment, Xia Qifei finally opened his mouth in a heavy voice. He raised his hands and said in a clear voice, "Commoner Xia Qifei, surnamed Ming, given name Qingcheng. I am the seventh son of the old Ming master of the Suzhou Ming family. Ever since I was a child, I was chased out of the family by a fierce woman and have wandered from place to place until now. I have lost my parents and lost my home. Today, I have no choice but to enter the court to sue the old Ming matriarch of the Suzhou Ming family and the head of the eldest branch, Ming Qingda, for colluding with bandits, harming lives, and stealing my family's property. I ask the just and upright old master to seek justice for this commoner." With these words, the entire courtyard burst into an uproar. Everyone knew that Xia Qifei had come to steal the family property, but no one had thought that the moment he opened his mouth, he would directly point out that the old Ming matriarch and Ming Qingda had once tried to harm people's lives. Each word struck the heart. Furthermore, in his words, he used fierce women and bandits without leaving any leeway. The commoners outside the yamen began to clamor. In their hearts, the old Ming matriarch was a kind old woman who had done countless good deeds over the years. How could she have anything to do with a fierce woman? In reality, these people had faintly guessed that the strange disappearance of the seventh young master of the Ming family back then probably had something to do with the old Ming matriarch and the present master of the Ming family, Ming Qingda. However, people were always willing to believe things they believed and things they had already convinced themselves of. Thus, they all responded to Ming Qingda's accusation with boos. The Suzhou Zhizhou also furrowed his brows and said with disgust, "This is a serious matter. Words cannot be careful. Where is the petition?" Xia Qifei took out the petition from his clothes and handed it with both hands to the advisor in the lower court to pass on. After the advisor handed the petition to the Zhizhou, the two of them gathered together to read it. They felt a great shock in their hearts. This petition was beautifully written and incisive. Each word pointed directly at the old Ming matriarch. Furthermore, it cleverly avoided the rules of Qing law in this area. It only focused on the old Ming master's will. As for Xia Qifei's pitiful wandering life these years, it did not spare the pen and ink. It moved everyone who saw it. The Zhizhou was moved, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and thought that this kind of writing was good for a story, but it was useless for a lawsuit. He slammed down on the gavel and shouted in a stern voice, "Xia Qifei, do you have proof to present?" Xia Qifei said with a calm expression, "The Ming family has not arrived. Why are you so anxious?" Looking at Xia Qifei's calm and confident expression, the Zhizhou furrowed his brows and thought to himself, did the other party actually have some fatal weapon in his hands? He thought for a moment and discussed it with the advisor. He then sent someone to invite the Ming family to come forward to answer the lawsuit. According to the notes on the side of the Qing law, such a civil lawsuit did not require the defendant to come forward to answer. However, the matter being fought today was too big. The powers behind both sides were too powerful, and the influence in the Jiangnan area was too great. The Suzhou Zhizhou did not dare to be too careless. In any case, he knew the Ming family would not stay out of it, so he sent someone to invite them. As expected, the moment the bailiffs left, the Ming family followed in. It looked like the Ming family had long prepared someone to answer the lawsuit and were just waiting for this sure-win battle. Seeing the newcomer, the Suzhou Zhizhou furrowed his brows and said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" The elegant young master smiled slightly and bowed. "I, Ming Launcher, pay my respects to you, sir." This young master of the Ming family knew that the Suzhou Zhizhou was acting right now. He wanted to play the role of an upright and plain-spoken person in front of the people, which was why his words were so cold. Usually, this Zhizhou was much more friendly in front of him. However, after the Ming family's analysis these few days, they had determined that this property lawsuit was a sure-win situation. Thus, Ming Launcher understood the Suzhou Zhizhou's thoughts and did not mind. The Suzhou Zhizhou said, "The old Ming master has been unwell recently. As the eldest grandson of the eldest branch, it is reasonable for you to answer this matter. Someone, bring the complaint paper to Ming Launcher to take a look." The advisor took the complaint paper away. Unexpectedly, Ming Launcher did not accept it. On the contrary, he smiled slightly and bowed. "Sir, the Ming family is not an evil person who likes litigation, so we do not understand the entanglement in this matter. Thus, we have invited a litigation master to help us." After he said this, he glanced to the side. The so-called evil person who likes litigation was naturally directed at Xia Qifei, who was standing to the side. Xia Qifei did not have any reaction. He also did not glance at his nephew. Following Ming Launcher's words, a person flashed in from behind and accepted the complaint paper the advisor handed over with both hands. He smiled ingratiatingly. When the Suzhou Zhizhou and advisor saw this person, their slightly worried hearts immediately relaxed. This litigation master was Chen Buchang. He was the most famous litigation master in the Jiangnan area, or perhaps the most infamous litigation master. He was on good terms with the provincial government. When he fought a lawsuit, he could always turn black into white, the dead into alive, and a man into a woman. He had a glib tongue and walked the world with Qing law in his hands. He had never lost. The Ming family had brought out this Chen Buchang. They also had the protection of the Qing law regarding the inheritance of the eldest son. There was no way they would lose this property lawsuit. Chen Buchang held Xia Qifei's complaint paper and looked at it closely. Involuntarily, a cold and disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He looked down on the other party and even the imperial envoy behind him. He cleared his throat and smiled frivolously. "What a moving story, only, I don't know, what does Leader Xia's story have to do with the Ming family?" This litigation master called Xia Qifei Leader Xia, because he wanted to influence public opinion and let the people listening remember that this Xia Qifei was the leader of the underworld who killed people like flies on rivers and lakes. Xia Qifei's face was expressionless. It is all about the story of the Ming family these 20 years. What do you think it has to do with the Ming family? Chen Buchang suddenly laughed coldly and mockingly said, Sir Xia is truly laughable. If you say it is the Ming family's story, then it is the Ming family's story? If you say you are the seventh master of the Ming family, then it is the seventh master of the Ming family? He raised his hands to the Suzhou Zhizhou in the court and smiled. Sir, this case is too absurd. There is truly no need to continue. The Suzhou Zhizhou faked a frown and said, Why are you speaking so rashly? Chen Buchang smiled and said, There is no evidence at all, yet you call yourself the seventh son of the Ming family. Sir, if there is another person calling himself the seventh son of the Ming family, then what? Everyone in Jiangnan knows that the old master of the Ming family had 7 sons and 4 daughters. The 7th son was born to a concubine. He was ill and weak at a young age. Over a decade ago, he unfortunately contracted a disease and died. How could there be another 7th son of the Ming family now? If we allow someone to call themselves a descendant of the Ming family to go to court, slander the Ming family's reputation, and slander the old Ming matriarch and master's pure name, where is the justice in this world? He looked at Xia Qifei and smiled slightly. Of course, now everyone knows that Leader Xia is also not a normal person. However, I am very curious. After the palace treasury bidding, Leader Xia made such a preposterous move. I wonder, why exactly? Is there some sinister motive behind it that cannot be revealed to others? This most famous litigator in Jiangnan completely felt that the case today was too unchallenging, so he attacked fiercely from the get-go. He made a great deal of criticism. Gazing at Xia Qifei, he shook his head and said, If you don't have evidence, then don't randomly file a lawsuit. If you don't have witnesses, then don't randomly accuse others. Leader Xia, today you have disgraced the Ming family's reputation. In a moment, I will definitely charge you with the crime of false accusation. The people who had personally witnessed the old Ming matriarch killing Xia Qifei's mother and chasing Xia Qifei away had long been silenced in these dozen years. It was impossible for Xia Qifei to have any evidence or witnesses on hand, so the Ming family was very confident. It was at this moment that a slippery and lazy voice that made one's skin crawl came from outside the Suzhou Yamen. Who says you can't go to court without evidence? Who says you can't sue for murder without witnesses? In the first year of the Qing calendar, the case of a concubine killing her husband in Dingzhou. The wife reported it without evidence. Later, a saber was found in the stables, and the case was solved. The Ministry of Justice's Spring Scroll, File 137, is an example of the king of the Song dynasty in Nanyue. It clearly states that civil cases are divided into 3 classes. If it involves a dispute of 10,000 coins or more, it will not be punished. There is no need for complete evidence. The Ming family's wealth is more than 10,000 coins. With 2 previous cases, why can't this case be fought? For things like evidence, after it is reported, the government will naturally investigate the scene and search for evidence. Why are you in such a rush, litigator? Besides, who says Sir Xia doesn't have evidence? The person who walked in from outside the yamen wore scholarly robes and held a golden fan in his hand. He was incomparably ostentatious and arrogant. A string of words, citing cases, and using the records of the Ministry of Justice, although it was a bit unreasonable, it successfully suppressed the Ming family's overbearing aura and drew everyone's gaze to him. The Suzhou Zhizhou stroked his beard angrily and said, Who are you? You dare to come to court without being summoned? Men, beat him up. The man wearing scholarly robes stuck his alloy fan behind him and raised his hands in a respectful bow toward the court. Sir, you cannot beat him. After saying this, he took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and waved it in the air. With a cheeky smile, he said, I am like Sir Chen Buchang, also a litigation master. However, I am a litigation master hired by Sir Xiaofan. I have come late. Please forgive me and allow me to stand in court with my body intact and speak to the Ming family. This case has not even been tried, yet you have knocked out a litigation master on one side. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid it will damage your reputation. Everyone paused. Only now did they realize that the person who had come was Xiaofan's litigation master. Xiaofan smiled bitterly and thought to himself, why did the imperial envoy send him such a troublemaker? The Suzhou Zhizhou choked on the words of this litigation master. He was very angry, but he didn't actually hit him. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the imperial envoy. For a moment, he couldn't speak. He couldn't speak, but Chen Buchang's eyes lit up. Staring at the litigation master with the golden fan on his back, he felt that he had finally met an opponent with a sharp tongue. Feeling slightly excited, he also stuck his fan behind him and opened his mouth to say, the two cases you mentioned earlier are special cases, particularly the spring file of the Ministry of Justice. It is only for the reference of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice in the capital. It has never involved the judgment of a local case. The person shook his head and said, not so. In the 4th year of Daxing, the previous Prime Minister, Lin Ruofu, who was then the judge in Suzhou, used this spring file to judge a property case. How can it not be involved? Chen Buchang's heart tightened. He had no impression of the case the other person was talking about. Either the other person was talking nonsense, or the other person's familiarity with Qing law and precedent was far above his own. He only heard the person continue to smile slightly and say, Brother Buchang, don't say things like Qing law does not follow precedent. Whether or not precedent is used is not restricted by the Qing law. It is all up to the thoughts of the chief official. He raised his hand in an ingratiating bow toward the Suzhou Zhizhou, but the Suzhou Zhizhou was cursing in his heart. He knew that the words, up to the thoughts of the chief official, had forced him to Dong Mountain. He had no choice but to make this property case. Who exactly was this litigation master? Chen Buchang and Ming Launcher met each other's eyes. They both felt it was strange. Where did such a shameless litigation master come from in Jiangnan? The Suzhou Zhizhou finally couldn't resist asking, dare I ask, what exactly is this sir's name? Xiaofan also looked at his litigation master. He raised his hands and smiled. I am Song Shiren. I am a member of the Jingdou Litigation Masters Guild. The Ministry of Justice has specially granted permission to move files. Today, I have specially come to Jiangnan to have the honor of participating in the largest property case in history. Song Shiren. The Suzhou Zhizhou immediately had thoughts of escaping. Ming Launcher also felt his mouth go dry, and Chen Buchang's eyes were wide. What kind of person was Song Shiren? He was the most famous litigation master in Jingdou, or perhaps the most famous litigation master in the entire Qing kingdom. Chen Buchang's reputation was only in Jiangnan, but this Song Shiren was famous throughout the world for being clever, crafty, and difficult to provoke. From the beginning of his career, he had relied on the study of Qing law from a young age to make countless officials lose face and countless victims cry wretchedly. Even the people of Suzhou had heard of Song Shiren's infamous name. Hearing him announce his name, a commotion broke out outside the yamen. Everyone knew that today's show was going to be even better. Ming Launcher glanced worriedly at Chen Buchang. After a moment of panic, Chen Buchang recovered his calm. Narrowing his eyes, a powerful fighting spirit suddenly exploded from his body. With a cold smile, he said, Young master, don't worry. I have never lost a lawsuit, but Song Shiren has lost before. However, Chen Buchang seemed to have forgotten an important point. The only lawsuit Song Shiren had lost in his life was the case of the illegitimate son of the Count of Nan beating Guo Baokuan with a black fist. Song Shiren had only lost to Fan Xian once. Since they were going to fight a family property lawsuit, the first thing they had to confirm was Xia Qifei's true identity and whether or not he was the seventh son of the old Ming master. Regarding this point, Chen Buchang's position was very stable. If the other party could not prove this matter, he would not bother to argue about anything else. Only in this way could they not give the infamous Song Shuren an opportunity to seize a loophole on their side. The Suzhou Zhizhou also furrowed his brows and asked Xia Qifei's side to provide concrete evidence to prove his identity. Song Shuren was no longer as relaxed as before. Shaking his head at Xia Qifei, he called out the first witness on his side. This witness was a midwife. She was already very old and even walked shakily. She walked to the front of the court and gasped for breath as she confirmed that she had helped the old Ming master's concubine give birth. The newborn baby had a green birthmark on the back of his waist. Xia Qifei took off his clothes in court. There was indeed a green mark on the back of his waist. Chen Buchang furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. In a low voice, he said to Ming Launcher, "Why didn't you say this yesterday?" Ming Launcher's teeth made a crunching sound and he said in a low voice with great anger, "This midwife is fake. The one from back then died of illness 2 years ago." Chen Buchang sighed sorrowfully. Even if they knew the midwife was fake, how could they prove it? The midwife looked confused, but in the questions and answers earlier, she had clearly remembered the location of the Ming garden. The old Ming master's appearance, the concubine's clothing, and the rooms were all correct. In the eyes of a bystander, this midwife could not be any more real. Damn, the Overwatch Council was indeed skilled at falsifying. On the last day of 2007, I am slightly moved, but mostly happy. I hope everyone can sweep away the bad things of the past, such as me often making mistakes and writing methane as a disgraceful thing. Believe me, it is a typo. Please remember those beautiful and happy memories, such as how I am bright and pure. Tomorrow is a new year. I wish everyone good health, good luck in everything, and a long life for the elders in your families. Chapter 375. Naturally, the Ming family would not be thrown into confusion by a midwife who came out of nowhere. Chen Buchang was also an eloquent person. Grabbing the birthmark and the midwife's age, the evidence could not be completely trusted, he attacked fiercely. In any case, they could not just admit to it. With Xia Qifei's past, it would not be enough if there was only this false evidence. Furthermore, the Suzhou government's Zhizhou and Jiangnan road officials were all on the Ming family side. Song Shuren flew into a rage. He thought to himself that the Jiangnan people were indeed unruly people. He had worked so hard to design this midwife, yet the other party refused to admit it. However, looking at the Suzhou Zhizhou's expression and words, Song Shuren knew that the matter involved the Ming family's property. His side's evidence was indeed a bit weak and not very persuasive. However, Song Shuren was full of confidence. He had discovered the Suzhou government's secret bias and was not willing to accept his argument. Inevitably, he used his own annoying sharp tongue to wantonly belittle the Ming family. He also secretly stabbed the Suzhou government a few times. His words were filled with mockery and sarcasm. In any case, he was a famous person in Jingdou and didn't care about the methods of the Jiangnan nobles. Relying on Sir Fan Jr.'s support, he was very daring. The Suzhou Zhizhou sitting with Ming Launcher and Chen Buchang was not in a rush. He watched with a smile as this world-famous litigator performed and listened to the saliva flying around the court. Although he hated this bastard in his heart, he forcefully suppressed it. "Sir Song, if you want to prove that Xia Qifei was the seventh son of the old Ming master, do you have any other evidence?" The Suzhou Zhizhou clenched his fist in his sleeve and asked with furrowed brows. "Sir, the midwife earlier clearly remembered it clearly. Why can it not be used as evidence?" Song Shuren's feet were uncrossed and he stood in the court like an ace. "Ah, Brother Song's words are not appropriate. Chen Buchang bowed to the side. That old woman's movements are already difficult, and her cheeks are weak. She is already a person about to die. This old and muddle-headed person, how can her words be accurate? Furthermore, she does remember the Ming family's layout clearly, but who knows if someone with ulterior motives told her what happened back then, and then had her remember and come to frame us. Song Shiren narrowed his eyes and said, "What a shameless frame." Chen Buchang was slightly angered. He thought to himself, you guys can even do such a shameless thing, but can't I even say it? Song Shiren couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. He directly asked the people in the hall, "Sir, do you also say the same thing?" The commoners outside the hall had already mostly believed in Xia Qifei's past. After all, the midwife's acting skills were truly exquisite. The surrounding crowd could see that the Suzhou Zhizhou and the Ming family were probably going to deny it to the death. Some of the more lively ones began to cheer. However, most people were still silent. After all, in their hearts, they were still partial to the Ming family. In particular, Xia Qifei seemed to have a power from Jingdou behind him. The Jiangnan people were very opposed to this kind of situation. The Suzhou Zhizhou's old face blushed slightly. He knew that it was not appropriate to deny the midwife's confession to the death. Looking at Ming Lansher's gaze, he knew he could only continue like this. He cleared his throat and said, "That midwife is indeed old and muddle-headed. The right to accept the truth is still in my hands. If it was a common case, then it would not be inappropriate for Sir Song to say it. However, Sir mentioned earlier that the Ministry of Justice is classified as third class. This matter of the Ming family property is, without question, a first-class case. If there is no more detailed and reliable evidence, I truly cannot judge the case." Song Shiren had been waiting for these words. He furrowed his brows slightly and pretended to be disappointed. In a sharp voice, he said, "Sir, this won't do. The matter has been so long ago, where can we find other evidence? I have already found a witness. If you say it won't do, then what kind of evidence do you need?" The Suzhou Zhizhou's heart was slightly happy. No matter how arrogant and famous Song Shiren was, in court, he would still be needed like dough by us officials. No matter what kind of witness he brought up, would always find a way to not accept it. Hearing Song Shiren's panicked question, he unconsciously said, "Witness and material evidence are both present before the case can be decided." Song Shiren did not wait for him to continue. His lips parted and words shot out like a cannon, "Sir, who will judge the case?" "Naturally, it will be me, since it is you who will judge the case. Dare I ask what is material evidence?" Song Shiren was overbearing and did not give the Suzhou Zhizhou any more time to react. The Suzhou Zhizhou was slightly startled and hesitated to speak. Song Shiren raised his hands in a salute and stared straight into the other's eyes. "Just what is material evidence?" The Suzhou Zhizhou jumped in fright at his imposing manner. It was as if he had returned to many years ago when he was taking the law exam. He unconsciously replied, "Traces, murder weapon, documentary evidence, documentary evidence." "Good." Song Shiren's eyes narrowed into crescents. He gave a great compliment and said, "Sir is wise." The Suzhou Zhizhou was startled again. He had no idea where he was wise. Hesitantly, he opened his mouth and asked, "Sir Song." Song Shiren still did not give him a chance to finish his sentence. In a rush, he asked, "Sir, if there is documentary evidence, can it be used as proof?" "Naturally, it can," Song Shiren once again cut him off. "If there is documentary evidence, you cannot deny it." The Suzhou Zhizhou angrily nodded and said, "What are you saying? I am also someone familiar with Qing law. How can I not know the power of documentary evidence? You, a litigation master, speak too rudely. If you can bring out documentary evidence, naturally, it will be more trustworthy than that midwife earlier. After these words were said, the Suzhou Zhizhou suddenly felt that he had said something wrong. Why did he suddenly become so talkative? He unconsciously looked down the hall and saw Ming Launcher and Chen Buchang's shock and a glimmer of disappointment. The litigation master called Song Shiren had a pleased and evil smile on his face. Song Shiren repeatedly cut off the Suzhou Zhizhou's words and completely blocked the response he had thought of. In the end, he suddenly gave an opening. After a few provocations, he had the Zhizhou follow his intentions and confirm the importance of documentary evidence in front of everyone before he presented his evidence. This was to prevent the shameless scene of him not admitting it again later. In fact, this was just a very superficial psychological and verbal skill in debating. It was like dangling a sausage in front of a dog, but refusing to let it take a bite. In the end, when you stuffed a banana in front of it, the dog would be overjoyed and eat it all, forgetting that it originally wanted to eat the sausage and not the banana. Chen Buchang found that the Zhizhou had fallen for Song Shiren's trick and sighed to himself. Earlier, he didn't have a chance to interrupt because Song Shiren spoke too quickly. Furthermore, his arrogant and shameless tone was indeed easy to anger. He and Ming Launcher met each other's eyes and shook their heads helplessly. They felt a glimmer of confusion in their hearts. Just what kind of documentary evidence did he have in his hands that could prove Xia Qifei's past? The Suzhou Zhizhou knew he had been played by Song Shiren. Looking at that person's hateful smiling face, he wanted to order someone to beat him up. However, he could not do so now. He could only ask in a heavy voice, "Since you have documentary evidence, why didn't you present it earlier?" Song Shiren bowed respectfully and said, "I will present it now." The Zhizhou smiled coldly and said, "If your documentary evidence has no effect, don't blame me for closing the case." Song Shiren smiled darkly and said, "Sir, don't worry. Although this documentary evidence is old, it is a dead object. It will not go senile, don't worry, sir." The Suzhou Zhizhou choked unhappily. Song Shiren moved closer to Xia Qifei's ear and said something. Xia Qifei furrowed his brows slightly as if he had not thought he would have to take out that thing so quickly. It looked like proving his past was indeed a very difficult matter. He took out the little box from his clothes and carefully handed it to the advisor. His eyes kept staring at the advisor's hand holding the box as if he was afraid someone would take the box away in broad daylight. Looking at Xia Qifei's cautious expression, Chen Buchang furrowed his brows and moved closer to Ming Launcher's ear to ask, "Young master, can you guess what it is?" Ming Launcher's expression was slightly confused. Suzhou was not like Jingdou. There was no such thing as birth papers. What exactly was this documentary evidence? At this time, the Suzhou Zhizhou had already opened the box. He and the advisor scanned it together and their expressions immediately changed. Ming Launcher and Chen Buchang were startled. The Suzhou Zhizhou swept a complicated gaze over Ming Launcher. Song Shiren's face was full of smiles. He was incomparably calm, but he raised his voice an octave and said in a clear voice, "This documentary evidence is the will the old Ming master personally wrote. The will clearly states that all of the Ming family property will be left to the seventh son, Ming Qingcheng. This will has always been kept in Sir Xia's hands. This is enough to prove that Sir Xia is the seventh son of the Ming family." Without waiting for everyone to wake from their shock, Song Shiren changed the topic and rushed to patch it up. Gazing at the Suzhou Zhizhou, he smiled coldly and said, "Of course, some stubborn and stupid people can say that Sir Xia accidentally picked up this will and came to pretend to be a descendant of the Ming family. However, with the midwife in front and the documentary evidence in the back, if there is still someone who dares to frame him so openly, the eyes of the people are not blind, and it's not like they don't have brains. Who among the officials of the Qin court and the people of Jiangnan would believe it? The will of the old Ming master." The wind in the court changed abruptly. The people watching outside the yamen clamored. In the court, Ming Launcher and Chen Buchang seemed to have been struck by lightning and stood dumbly. Ming Launcher's face was full of shock as he muttered to himself, "Impossible, when did grandfather write a will? This must be fake." Song Shuren looked at the young master of the Ming family from the side and smiled insincerely. As expected, someone didn't even look at it and already said it was fake. Is young Master Ming an immortal? Ming Launcher was still in a state of shock. Hearing Song Shuren's words, he angrily waved his sleeve and said, "This will must be fake." Hearing his words, Song Shuren felt proud in his heart. He knew that the situation he was most worried about had not happened. He had put in a timely patch. If the other party did not struggle with the authenticity of the will and did as he said earlier and insisted that Xia Qifei had picked up this will and was now pretending to be the seventh young master of the Ming family to steal the family property, that would have been the most difficult to deal with. If the other party continued to be shameless to the end, he would truly have no way of dealing with it. Now, the young master of the Ming family, in his shock, only cared about whether the will was real or fake and did not accuse Xia Qifei of picking up the will to pretend to be him. Thus, as long as he could prove that the will was real, then the fact that Xia Qifei was the seventh young master of the Ming family could be confirmed. Song Shuren gently let out a breath. It looked like he was fooling around in court, but every word he said and the order of his plan had been carefully thought out. Only by doing this could he lead this difficult situation in the direction he wanted it to go. The best litigation master in the Qing kingdom indeed lived up to his reputation. The Suzhou Zhizhou's face was ashen. He waved his hand for the litigation masters on both sides to come closer to the table and said, "The written evidence is here, but we don't know if it is real or fake." It was destined that Song Shuren would not let this Zhizhou be happy today. He cut him off and said, "Sir, whether it is real or fake, we will know once we examine it." "What do you mean we don't know?" Chen Buchang was, after all, a famous litigation master in Jiangnan. He had long shaken off his earlier shock and knew that Song Shuren was using the tactic of beating the grass to scare the snake. He smiled slightly and said, "Sir, since the other party says this is the will of the old Ming master, then it must be examined. At this moment, the young master of the Ming family is present. Why not have him come and take a look?" He turned to Song Shuren and warmly said, "Sir Song, you don't have any objections, right? As long as the young master doesn't go crazy and swallow the will, what harm is there in looking?" Song Shuren narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Brother Chen's ability to remain calm is indeed impressive. Likewise, Chen Buchang replied with a slight smile. The Suzhou Zhizhou did not understand what these two litigation masters were praising each other about. Only Song Shuren and Chen Buchang knew that since it was a family property lawsuit, proving Xia Qifei's identity was only a primer. The most important part was where that enormous family property belonged. Even if the will that Xia Qifei took out was real, according to Qing law, the Ming family could still stand in an invincible position. Thus, Chen Buchang was not panicked, but Song Shuren was not happy. They both knew that the long road was still ahead. At this time, Ming Launcher had already walked over and was examining the will on the table with an uneasy expression. In the Ming garden, there were still many of the old Ming master's handwriting. The descendants of the Ming family read them every day and had long memorized them. Thus, when Ming Launcher saw the thin and dry handwriting on the will, he knew it was indeed written by his grandfather. And the paper used for the will was indeed the old Ming master's favorite Qingzhou paper. Ming Launcher's expression was slightly frightened. He bowed to the Zhizhou and retreated. Chen Buchang moved closer to his ear and said in a quiet voice, "Is it real or fake?" Ming Launcher furrowed his brows and said, "I'm afraid, it is real." However, this young master Ming had, after all, started to help the family take care of business these years. His will had been tempered to be firm and resolute. However, in an instant, he felt a glimmer of strangeness. He then thought of some of the secrets his father had once revealed. His expression became strange. Lowering his voice, he said, "No, this is fake." Chen Buchang said with a strange expression, "Oh. How do you judge?" Ming Launcher gritted his teeth and said darkly, "My family's old ancestors' methods. If she wanted to act back then, why would she have left behind a will?" Chen Buchang was startled. He knew that the other party was talking about the old Ming matriarch. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. If the old Ming matriarch had wanted to take the family property, kill people, and expel the family, the first thing she would have done would have been to deal with the matter of the will. Logically speaking, this will could not have been left in this world. Then this will. He furrowed his brows. Ming Launcher said gloomily, "Just like that midwife, it's probably a fake made by the Overwatch Council." Only now did the Ming family realize with shock how much effort the Overwatch Council behind Xia Qifei had put into this matter. That perfectly forged will could not have been made so meticulously without a few months of time. Just the age of the paper and the choice of material were all complicated matters. This kind of Qingzhou paper had already stopped production 10 years ago. Who knew the Overwatch Council would still be able to find it? Furthermore, the methods the Overwatch Council used were powerful enough. The lawsuit method they used was shameless to the extreme. They had been faking it all the way to the end. Was there still justice in this world? Ming Launcher thought sorrowfully. He couldn't help but think of a person. That young and delicate imperial envoy seemed to be standing somewhere, looking at him with a warm smile on his face. His lips were slightly parted, as if he was about to eat a feast. Behind the scenes, Sir Fan Jr. was in charge. Since the will had appeared, it had to be checked for authenticity. The Suzhou government had already sent people to the Ming garden to compare the handwriting with the old Ming master's handwriting. At the same time, according to Song Shuren's seemingly fair opinion, they had gone to the Palace Treasury Transport Company to retrieve the signature of the bidding document from that year. At the same time, they had invited the officials of the Suzhou branch of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council to come and check the age of the will and the paper used. Everyone knew that the Overwatch Council was best at doing this kind of work. Since they were good at making fakes, they were also good at discerning fakes. However, it was a fake the Overwatch Council had made. Asking the Overwatch Council to come and check it was like asking a wolf to solve the missing sheep case. The Suzhou Zhizhou cursed loudly in his heart, but he didn't dare speak badly of the Overwatch Council in front of everyone. He could only agree to this suggestion. At the same time, he had other thoughts. He sent someone else to invite the patrolling imperial censor and the Jiangnan governor's manor to invite the powerful criminal teacher to judge the authenticity of the will. Because of the appearance of the will, the Suzhou government's investigation temporarily came to a halt. Checking wills always took time, so the surrounding commoners quickly went to the tea shops to buy tea and cakes. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they rushed back to watch the show. However, when those people came back, they found that the best spots had already been taken by the hungry spectators. They could only curse quietly, but they couldn't take it back. The Ming family had long sent over a box of food. Ming Launcher ate without tasting it. Chen Buchang said something by his ear, and only then did Ming Launcher's spirits improve. On the other side, Hua Garden did not hide anything and brought over a box of food for Xia Qifei. There were very few people there. Only Song Shuren and Xia Qifei were eating. Song Shuren glanced at the Ming family and quietly said to Xia Qifei, "Once the will appears, Master Xia's past will be made clear." The excitement in Xia Qifei's eyes was immediately hidden. He gratefully said, "Thank you for your trouble, sir." However, Song Shuren said seriously, "Confirming Master Xia's past as a descendant of the Ming family does not mean you can take back what belongs to you." Xia Qifei understood what he meant. Song Shuren sighed and said, "The Qing laws are strict and follow scriptures. In the Qing laws, the rules regarding inheritance of family property are too rigid. The other party is the eldest son of the eldest branch and has an absolute advantage. Even if you have the will of the old Ming master in your hands, it is impossible for the government to award the Ming family property to you. Furthermore, these Jiangnan road officials, looking at it, they all listened to the Ming family. Xia Qifei nodded slightly and said with a determined expression, "If I can clear my name today, it will be an unexpected joy. As for the matter of the family property, everything will be as you say. Sir has also said that this matter cannot be rushed. As long as the will is confirmed, it is fine not to fight this case." Song Shuren smiled slightly and shook his head. "We have to continue fighting. Even if we know we cannot win in the end, we still have to continue fighting. We have to beat the Ming family until they are badly battered and powerless to respond. We have to drag out the Ming family and embarrass them. I have this ability." This litigation master spoke easily and confidently, but in reality, he had a bellyful of complaints. He had been summoned all the way to Jiangnan by that Sir Fan Jr. Who knew that he was going to fight a case that he was certain to lose? Furthermore, Fan Xian had ordered him to drag out the process of this lawsuit as long as possible. In this life, Song Shuren had only lost to Fan Xian once in court. Now, he was going to lose a second time because of Fan Xian. When he thought of it, he was full of resentment. But, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to vote for Sir Fan Jr.? Who asked him to be generous? In the afternoon, a joint inspection team consisting of officials from the Overwatch Council, Suzhou Government, Imperial Censorate, and the Jiangnan Governor's Manors Criminal Division studied the yellowed paper for a long time. First, it was to compare the handwriting and signature. The old Ming master's thin and withered handwriting was extremely difficult to imitate. Furthermore, his personal writing habits, such as the fact that he would drag at the end of his writing, all of this was fully displayed in this will. Furthermore, the paper used was indeed Qingzhou paper that had long stopped production. The advisor of the Ministry of Justice determined from the degree of yellowing and the degree of dampness that the time the will was written was very close to the year Xia Qifei claimed. The tone and use of words in the will were also completely in harmony with when the old Ming master was alive. Most importantly, after the seal was compared to the old Ming master's seal that Ming Garden had brought, it was not the slightest bit different. However, it was this lack of difference that made the experienced old official in the Jiangnan governor's manor feel a glimmer of strangeness. A will had been stored for a dozen years. The color of the seal was indeed old and faint, but the fine threads were still not the slightest bit different from the current seal. This was too strange. However, this old official also understood that this matter was very complicated. Furthermore, this point could not be considered suspicious, so he did not pay too much attention to it. As for the officials of the Suzhou government and Imperial Censorate, they wholeheartedly wanted to prove that this will was fake. In the end, they even used a large piece of glass that was a specialty of the palace treasury, but still could not find a single flaw. After the officials discussed it for a while, they came to a consensus. The Suzhou Zhizhou had no choice but to announce in the court that the will was real. Naturally, Xia Qifei was also the seventh young master of the Ming family who should have died a long time ago, Ming Qingcheng. On the first day of 2008, I was going to write something but decided against it after thinking about it. I won't say too much nonsense. I just wish everyone a happy new year and live happily. Casting more monthly votes is good for the body and mind. Last month, I was fourth in the monthly votes. It has nothing to do with my ability to pull votes. Everyone knows that my ability in this area is very poor. It was all because everyone gave me face and gave me an extra 3,000 yuan as a bonus to buy a new mobile phone, a Nokia 6300, a subpar product. I also had to buy a Sony Ericsson 608C for my mother because it has handwriting so she can learn to send text messages, oh, the happy 3,000 yuan is all from everyone, my sincere thanks. Last night, I drank 3 bottles of beer and fainted for a long time. Today, I woke up late. This shows that I'm already old. During the spring festival in February, I might have to ask everyone for some time off because I have to go back to my hometown to warm my uncle's grave. I also have to go back to the village. The mountain roads are difficult, so I'm afraid I won't be able to work during those days. I'll say this in advance, asking for leave awaits approval. Happy New Year, enough nonsense. I said less nonsense, but still so much nonsense. Of course, this paragraph doesn't count. I wish everyone a Happy New Year, sincerely. To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 376. I always feel that something is missing in my life. On the last day of March in Jiangnan, the spring rain silently fell on the pavilion in Hua Garden, gently like the gentle ripples of lovers looking at each other. Below the pavilion, a man and woman were lying on 2 comfortable chairs and talking. Haitang glanced at Fan Xian and shook her head. This life of yours can be said to be complete. What regrets do you have? Fan Xian thought carefully about his past in this life. It could indeed be said to be high-spirited and reckless. He had money, power, and people. He had all the pleasures that others could have. He could also have the pleasures that others could not. For some reason, he was very dissatisfied. He knew very well how a person should live their life. But, when he really lived like this, the unknown desire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. It had nothing to do with ideals and illusory things. With a pained expression, he said, there was once an emperor. When he was old and muddle-headed, he thought back to the past and said that he had 10 great martial arts and could be called a perfect old man. Of course, when this emperor was young, he was also a muddle-headed ghost. He was an emperor, and he was much more arrogant than me. But, I don't want to be a muddle-headed ghost. I don't think there is such a thing as perfect in this world. Do you want to be emperor? Haitang asked with a not-quite-there smile. She asked a question that everyone around Fan Xian, even Wang Qinian, the most trusted of trusted aides, did not dare to ask. Haitang felt that Fan Xian was truly a wonderful person. Hearing a northern Qi person like her ask such a treasonous question, he did not hide it at all. On the contrary, he sank directly into deep thought. If outsiders saw this, they would certainly think that Fan Xian had already developed thoughts of disloyalty. Being an emperor is too tiring, Fan Xian said with a headache. Fan Xian said with a headache, your emperor, my emperor, although they seem to be living comfortably, it is exhausting. It is truly meaningless. Haitang smiled slightly and said, I think being an imperial envoy is not much easier than being an emperor. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, to be an emperor, you have to see tens of thousands of people die in front of you and not have your heart tremble. I truly cannot do this. Haitang said with slight surprise, don't you always think of yourself as ruthless in front of me? I can kill 12 or 100 people, Fan Xian said seriously. Fan Xian said seriously, if I were to swim in a sea of blood, I don't know if I would have the courage to do so. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. I've told you before. He waved his hand and did not want to continue this boring topic. He lay on the chair and carefully listened to the subtle sound of the spring rain moistening the earth. The pavilion gradually fell into silence. In a moment, an official of the Overwatch Council wearing a robe silently appeared at the entrance to the back of Hua Garden. The rain had soaked through his official robe and made his entire body exude a cold aura. It was Deng Ziyu, who had just come from Jingdo. Haitang smiled and said, it seems like you will continue to be busy and continue your plan to kill fewer people. After saying this, the girl did not wait for Fan Xian's reply. Very naturally, she put her hands into her large pockets. Dragging her feet and swaying her waist, she used the country girl's walk to leave the little pavilion. Fan Xian smiled slightly as he watched Haitang's departing figure. He only saw her gently swaying away in the light rain. The raindrops wet the hair at her temples. It looked like this girl had not used the Jinqi of Tianyi Dao. It was said to be close to nature, so naturally it was so. However, her feet, which were wearing cloth shoes, were not stained by the puddles on the ground. It looked like she had done something. Deng Ziyu saw Haitang leave and then silently entered the pavilion. He opened his mouth and said, "Just like yesterday, the court is still tangling with the articles of the Qing law. Although Song Shiren is sharp-tongued and has not lost much ground, in reality, there has been no progress. As long as the Suzhou government holds on to the Qing law and does not let go, even with Xia Qifei's will in hand, he will not be able to win this case." Fan Xian nodded his head to indicate that he understood. He then sank deep into thought. Today was the last day of March. The Ming family property case that had shaken Jiangnan had progressed to its fourth day. After experiencing the storm of the first day, the trial of the next few days had sunk into an impasse. Although this was within Fan Xian's expectations, Fan Xian was a bit impatient to have to listen to the reports of his subordinates every day. On the first day of the trial, Song Shiren had cleverly used the will to confirm that Xia Qifei was a descendant of the Ming family. This news immediately spread from the Suzhou government to all of Jiangnan. Now, everyone knew that the seventh young master of the Ming family had come back to life and was fighting over the family property with the eldest branch of the Ming family. However, the Qing law was established in accordance with the spirit of scriptures. The natural right of inheritance of the eldest legitimate son had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and was written clearly in the law. The will seemed to have already played its historical role. It was difficult for it to be of much help to Xia Qifei's wishes. If Xia Qifei wanted to take back the Ming family's enormous property, it was the same as overturning a rule that people had followed for thousands of years. This rule was so powerful that it could not be overturned by one person. Not only could Fan Xian not do it, even the Qing emperor was afraid. If he used this case to break the natural right of inheritance of the eldest legitimate son, the effects would be too great. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and suddenly thought of a strange matter. If the influence of the Ming family property case continued to expand to the point of drawing out a great debate that liberated the mind, then what about the natural position of the crown prince in the palace? He sucked in a breath of cold air. This plan had been drawn up by Yan Bingyun and had also been approved by Chen Pingping. That old and far-sighted cripple could not have thought of the consequences of this matter. Could it be that the old cripple had received the emperor's secret instructions to begin to shake the atmosphere of public opinion on the crown prince's natural inheritance? The Jiangnan Ming family matter was very big, but if it affected Jingdou, then the matter would become even bigger. It was to the point that Fan Xian did not want to see this situation. Because of his mother, Fan Xian could not just watch as the crown prince inherited the throne and the empress, who wanted to kill him, became the empress dowager. However, in the current situation, directly provoking the crown prince could cause the crown prince to let go of past grievances and unite with the eldest princess and the second prince. Such an outcome was something Fan Xian did not want to see at the moment. Fan Xian sank into silence. His original order to Song Shiren was to do his best to drag out this case and make this case spectacular. The bigger the impact, the better. Only now did he discover that some of the old cripple's thoughts were hidden behind this matter. He trusted Chen Pingping, but it seemed that Chen Pingping had always wanted to protect him for some reason and had not pointed out many things to him. Fan Xian was a person who was very willing to learn to understand and control the situation. Looks like after the Ming family matter temporarily settles, I will actually have to make a trip to Wuzhou. He sighed and felt more and more that his father arranging for him to go to Wuzhou to see his father-in-law was a wise decision. It looked like his father had long known that he would certainly have some misgivings about the situation in court. Now that he was far away from Jingdou, the only person who could truly help him solve the problem face to face was the Prime Minister. Deng Ziyu could not guess Fan Xian's true worry, but he could see that the commissioner had different thoughts about the Ming family property case. He furrowed his brows and asked, should we have Song Shuren close the case? In any case, Xia Qifei's identity as one of the 7th sons of the Ming family has been confirmed. In a few days, the Overwatch Council will come forward and have him worship his ancestors and return to the family. According to Qing law, the Ming family will have to give him some shares. Although those shares are not very eye-catching, they have reached your earlier goal and allowed him to successfully enter the inner circle of the Ming family. Fan Xian listened to Deng Ziyu's analysis and felt slightly comforted. It did feel good to have a trusted aide at his side. However, he did not reply to his question. Instead, he asked carefully, have the 4th Bureau arrange for Xia Qifei? Oh, he should be called Ming Qingcheng now. Have Ming Qingcheng meet with the 4th of the Ming family. How is this going? Since Xia Qifei was going to be like a thorn in the Ming family's throat, he would have to collude with some of the dissidents within the Ming family. Fan Xian did not have a detailed understanding of the dark and dirty dealings of the rich and powerful families, but in his previous life, he had watched the Hong Kong TVB dramas countless times. Deng Ziyu reported, it has already been arranged. Have Xia Qifei meet with the 4th of the Ming family at the beginning of next month. Fan Xian nodded and only then did he begin to talk about the earlier question. Gently biting his itchy inner lip, he calmly said, still have Song Shuren continue to fight. Keep this case going. The bigger the momentum, the better, even if we can't win, we can't lose. Put pressure on the Suzhou government and don't let them forcefully close the case. Keep fighting until all the gentry and people under heaven are thinking about that problem. Deng Ziyu raised his head and said with slight astonishment, Sir, what problem? Only now did Fan Xian realize that he had let it slip. He smiled and thought for a while. He didn't plan on hiding it from this trusted aide in front of him and said, I want everyone under heaven to start thinking about whether or not the eldest legitimate son should naturally inherit the family property. As the chief of the Qinian unit, Deng Ziyu understood everything about Fan Xian very clearly. Hearing the commissioner's words, he pondered it for a moment and understood the meaning behind it. His face paled in shock and he raised his hands in a salute to dissuade him, Sir, you can't. If the court and palace suspect your intentions, it will not be easy to clean up. Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly and said, Ziyu, you seem to have forgotten my identity. My surname is Fan. Don't worry too much. As for suspecting my intentions, I'm afraid the nobles in the palace will suspect that I have overstepped my duty as a teacher. He had already thought it through. In any case, he would have to face the Eastern Palace sooner or later. At this time, he would follow Chen Pingping's intentions and stab the other party. In any case, given his present power and position, as long as it wasn't a rebellion, no one could do anything to him. Furthermore, even if some people thought that he was creating this kind of public opinion for his own future, more people would think that Fan Xian was making arrangements for the 3rd prince. Don't report this matter to the director, Fan Xian ordered. It is only a small matter. Deng Ziyu was completely unable to hide his shock and fear. He smiled bitterly and thought that the propaganda campaign for the fight for the air had officially begun. Was it still a small matter? Fan Xian thought of something and suddenly laughed in spite of himself. Song Shuren is nothing more than a litigator. Is he the fulcrum that moves the earth? Perhaps I'm overcomplicating this matter. Debating the Qing law in court probably has little to do with the old rules of the world. Deng Ziyu didn't understand the words earth, but he guessed the general meaning. He smiled bitterly and replied, Song Shiren meeting Chen Buchang can truly be described as a general meeting a talented person. The two sides fight with sparks flying everywhere. It's not just about Qing law. If the contents of their debate in court were to spread, it would probably make people think more about that problem. Fan Xian's interest was piqued. Oh. Then I have to go take a look. Go call the third prince and Dabao. In a bit, the whole family will go to the Suzhou government to watch the show. Deng Ziyu smiled bitterly and accepted the order. Under the cover of the fine rain, 3 completely black carriages left Hua Garden and slowly drove to the street closest to the Suzhou government office. The people in Hua Garden were going to eat lunch. At this time, the Suzhou government was also temporarily resting, so no one was in a hurry. Although it was the food street closest to the Suzhou government, it was still quite far away. Sitting on the 3rd floor of the Suzhou branch of Xinfeng restaurant, Fan Xian leaned against the railing and looked in the direction of the Suzhou government through the layers of rain. Angrily, he said, "I'm not a clairvoyant, how am I supposed to watch the show?" Deng Ziyu had sent people to book the restaurant earlier and was now setting up defenses. Hearing the commissioner scolding, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Commissioner, this is already the closest. Although the whole family is going out to watch the show, it's not good to drive 3 large carriages to the Suzhou government and alarm the government. It will also make the common people's eyes open. It really won't do." Fan Xian sighed and said, "If I had known it would be like this, would have just eaten Yang Jimei's cook at home. Why would I come out in the rain?" As he spoke, someone pulled on the corner of his clothes from behind. He turned his head to look and saw it was the charmingly naive Dabao. He couldn't help asking in surprise, "Dabao, what is it?" Dabao grinned and said, "Xiao Xian, this home also has a receiving bun." Dabao used his thick finger to point at the table. In a single steamer, there was a single large white steamed bun. It was bustling with activity, and the fragrance inside gradually overflowed. Fan Xian sighed and sat by Dabao's side. As he used his chopsticks to separate the steamed bun, he took out a spoon and ladled the oil from the bun into Dabao's bowl. With a smile, he said, "This is also Xinfeng restaurant, except it's a branch in Suzhou." The shopkeeper of Xinfeng restaurant, who had been carefully waiting on him to the side, quickly and attentively said, "Yes, young Master Lin, although Jiangnan is far away, the taste is not much different from Jingdou. Try it." Dabao mumbled a few inarticulate words and then began to attack the bun in front of him, leaving the shopkeeper cold to the side. It was Fan Xian who was a bit curious and asked, "Shopkeeper, how can you say the words young Master Lin?" The shopkeeper laughed dryly and said fawningly, "What are you saying, Commissioner? In the old branch in Jingdou, you often take young Master Lin to Xinfeng restaurant to eat. This is a great honor for our little restaurant." Every time the old shopkeeper brings this up, he is incomparably proud and indescribably grateful. "Although I am often in Suzhou, I know of your relationship with Xinfeng restaurant. How could I not serve you attentively?" Fan Xian personally controlled the first bureau in Jingdou. The restaurant closest to the first bureau yamen was Xinfeng restaurant, so he often took Dabao to eat their receiving buns. At that time, as long as it was a noble person eating, no matter when, they would put on a grand display and hold a large banquet. There were not many people of Fan Xian's status who were so interested in receiving buns and zhajiang noodles. Thus, although Xinfeng restaurant was delicious, because of its homely style, even though it opened 3 branches in the Qing kingdom and had a great reputation, its business was always ordinary. It was not until later, because it often received Fan Xian and Lin Dabao, that Xinfeng restaurant gradually raised its level in Jingdou. It attracted countless students and scholars who wanted to sit in the seat that the immortal poet once sat in and taste the buns that Sir Fan Jr. could not forget. This made the old shopkeeper of Xinfeng restaurant unable to contain his joy. The Suzhou branch shopkeeper knew that Fan Xian was his honored guest, so he flattered him like a tide. Furthermore, He was particularly attentive in laying out seasonings to remove the fishy smell. It made Fan Xian feel very comfortable. For a moment, even the gloom of not being able to see the scene in the Suzhou government had mostly disappeared. Fan Xian was eating noodles, and Dabao was nibbling on buns. The third prince was eating a bowl of glutinous rice balls with a steadiness that did not match his age. Cece led a few serving girls to drink 2 bowls of porridge. She then stood under the eaves and watched the rain falling from the sky. She stretched out the eaves to catch it. Laughing happily, it was very lively. Fan Xian never cared much about his servants, so these girls were very lively. Hearing the laughter coming from behind him, his mood also improved. Waving his hand to summon Deng Ziyu, he said, "The Suzhou government should have already begun. Send someone to listen. It would be best if they could copy something for us to see." Deng Ziyu nodded and went to arrange for people. Fan Xian waved his hand again to have Gao De and the other tiger guards go to the side to eat. Only then did he return to his work with the bowl of noodles. Naturally, he could not avoid once again stealing a piece of minced meat from Dabao's plate to eat. Dabao was as quiet as usual. His large stature expressed a small hidden bitterness. Haitang was nowhere to be found. At this moment, in Xinfeng restaurant, it was filled with Fan Xian's subordinates, servants, and family. He was very relaxed and happy as he admired the rain and picked at the white noodles, throwing all the thoughts in his mind to the side. Seeing that Dabao had finished eating, Fan Xian asked warmly if he still wanted more. Dabao shook his head. Fan Xian took out a handkerchief from his clothes and carefully wiped away the oil and water by the side of Dabao's mouth. The third prince looked at this scene and felt slightly surprised. A strange expression flashed through his eyes. The tiger guards at the table to the side also froze. Everyone knew of Fan Xian's love and care for Dabao. But, seeing this scene, there were still many people who could not connect Fan Xian with that ruthless and harsh Overwatch Council official. In the past, when they ate at Xinfeng restaurant, this scene had moved Deng Ziyu and Mu Tai. Today, the tiger guards and the third prince might have a new view of Fan Xian. For an idiotic brother-in-law to be so attentive, it could not be simply explained with, "Love me, love my dog." Although Fan Xian did indeed love and respect his wife, if these details had always been a disguise Fan Xian used to buy people's hearts, no one would believe it. To do this from the bottom of his heart for so long, if that person was not a great evil, then he was a saint. Which kind was Fan Xian? In the rainy season of the Jiangnan waterways, it was impossible to have the saying that spring rain was as precious as oil. Thus, the fine rain gradually grew heavier. Heaven was not stingy in watering the earth. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the rain outside the eaves, but his thoughts had already turned elsewhere. The council report had made it clear that this year, the rainfall upstream of the Yangtze River was not very abundant. Although it would have some effect on the restoration of the disaster areas, at least for now, he did not have to worry about the terrifying monster of spring floods. Thus, the matter of repairing the river works could continue smoothly. At this time, Yang Wanli should have just reported to Jingdo. It would probably still take some time before he could reach the river transport governor's yamen. As for the silver needed for the river works, the palace treasury bidding this time was 80% more than in previous years. On the surface, the amount had already been sealed. After a series of complicated procedures, it began to be transported to Jingdo. First, it entered the palace treasury. Then, by the emperor's decree, a certain amount was drawn into the national treasury and then sent to the river transport governor's yamen. Secretly, with the full cooperation of the Overwatch Council and Ministry of Revenue, and the careful accounting of the old officials Fan Xian's father had sent, a large sum of silver had already begun to be sent through different channels directly to the places needed by the river transport. The names used had already been prepared. Of this large sum of silver, a portion came from the palace treasury bidding silver and the amount of silver that the transport company had painstakingly squeezed out. There was also a large portion of silver that Fan Xian had temporarily borrowed from the northern Qi emperor through Haitang. In any case, the silver was placed in Taiping Money House. Fan Xian would use it first. As for returning it, that would have to wait for Xia Qifei to connect with Fan Xijia in the north and use the smuggled goods from the palace treasury to slowly return it. Although Fan Xian had done his best to cover up these matters, and the matter concerning the northern Qi emperor was covered up even more securely so that the Qing court in Jingdo would not hear any wind of it, the matter of transporting the silver to the river transport had long been mentioned by Fan Xian in a secret memorial to the emperor. Fan Xian had no selfish motives in this matter. He didn't even earn a single tael of silver. Furthermore, the entire matter had been operated in secret. It was impossible for Fan Xian to gain any reputation for loving the people from this matter. All of the benefits that had been created belonged to the people of the Qing kingdom. In the end, it was also the emperor who had benefited. Naturally, the emperor had tacitly agreed to this matter. Presently, the only question Fan Xian needed to explain to the emperor was how exactly he had obtained this large sum of silver. Since he couldn't say the northern Qi emperor, this great financial backer, he needed a good reason. Fan Xian had already made arrangements for this matter at the beginning of his plan. A portion of it was the bribes he had obtained from his 2 years of official business, another portion was the benefits he had obtained from overthrowing the Cui family last year, and another portion was the land he had scraped from the Palace Treasury Transport Company after he went to Jiangnan. In the future, if he still couldn't reconcile the accounts with the emperor, Fan Xian still had one last move. He would say that this silver was left to him by Uncle Wu Zhu. He didn't think the emperor would go find Wu Zhu to confront. If the river transport was really good, perhaps the emperor would be pleased and use this year's generous palace treasury bidding silver to return a portion to Fan Xian. As for the Ming family, Fan Xian had his own arrangements. The investigation was slowly progressing. However, at the moment, it was all covered up by that dazzling lawsuit. For Fan Xian, dealing with the Ming family was indeed a long-term task. He could only gradually nibble away at it. If his methods were too fierce and he suppressed the Ming family too much, it would affect the stability of Jiangnan. The Jiangnan governor, Xueqing, would probably be the first person to stand up and oppose it. For the rule of a dynasty, stability had always been an overwhelming requirement. The survival of the Ming family was not actually on the Jiangnan lawsuit. Rather, it was on the struggle in the Jingdo palace. If the master of the Ming family, the eldest princess, and the princes, fell in the struggle for power, the Ming family would find it difficult to protect their basket of eggs. If Fan Xian lost, the Ming family would be able to raise their eyebrows again, and Xia Qifei would have to flee in all directions like a stray dog. If Fan Xian and the eldest princess continued to maintain their current situation of neither rising nor falling, then the Ming family would only be like it was now. Suppressed by Fan Xian to the point of struggling at death's door, but it would never collapse. It would stubbornly and humbly live on, struggling, and waiting. "Sir." A light call pulled Fan Xian out of his thoughts. He shook his head dizzily. Only now did he realize that the light outside was much dimmer than before. It was not only because the rain was getting heavier, but it was also because it was getting late. Only now did he realize that his thoughts had taken up so much time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It looked like Haitang was right. His days were not much easier than the emperor's. Glancing at Cece, who was already tired from playing and resting by the railing, Fan Xian used his eyes to indicate for a little girl to put a coat on her. He then glanced at Dabao, who was speaking uneasily with the third prince. Only then did he pull himself together and take out his addictions to watching the show. He said to Deng Ziyu, "How is it over there?" Deng Ziyu smiled and handed over the paper in his hand. He moved closer to Fan Xian's ear and said, these are the arguments recorded in court. Sir, do you want the 8th Bureau to compile these arguments into a collection and publish them throughout the world? This was a very sinister and daring idea. It looked like Deng Ziyu had finally approved of Fan Xian's way of thinking. He knew that the Overwatch Council would no longer be able to maintain its neutrality like it had in the past in the fight for the throne. Fan Xian laughingly scolded, "It's fine if it's just a rumor, but if it's printed into a book, won't the palace hate me to death?" Hearing the words, "palace," the third prince at the other table glanced over. Fan Xian pretended not to see inside. Speaking of the 8th Bureau, there are too few people in Jiangnan. That matter has not had any effect up until now. He was talking about the operation to publicize Xia Qifei's story in Jiangnan. Fan Xian had thought that with the 8th Bureau working together, they would be able to beat the second prince until he had no power to retaliate in the battle of rumors in Jingdo. Now, with the tragic story of Xia Qifei losing his mother and being banished as a script, and with the verdict of the Suzhou government as evidence, they could have caused a stir in Jiangnan and completely destroyed the good image the Ming family had built these years. Unexpectedly, the Ming family's power in Jiangnan was so deep. There were too few people in Jiangnan from the 8th Bureau. The Ming family had also sent many storytellers to make noise outside. In any case, they were connecting this family property lawsuit to Xia Qifei's underworld background and the Jingdo officials' conspiracy. Comparing the two, Fan Xian's reputation was much worse. Although the Jiangnan people believed that Xia Qifei was the 7th son of the Ming family, they all thought that the reason Xia Qifei had suddenly jumped out this year was because the Jingdo officials represented by Fan Xian wanted to bully the good people of Jiangnan. Fan Xian thought of this and felt it was funny. It looked like the master of the Ming family, Ming Qingda, who had been pretending to be sick in bed, indeed had a very detailed understanding of his way of doing things. His methods of responding and speed were also incomparably accurate and fast. Ming Qingda was indeed not a simple person. The power was in his hands and not in Jiangnan, so Fan Xian could easily see the dispute with the Ming family as a game. He did not have much enmity toward Ming Qingda. On the contrary, he had a faint admiration. After he read through the paper Deng Ziyu presented, he couldn't resist laughing out loud. There were many wonderful people in Jiangnan, and Song Shiren from Jingdo was not bad either. The lawsuit in the Suzhou government had already gradually left the boundaries of Qing law and was beginning to develop in the direction Chen Pingping hoped for. Both sides quoted classics and discussed classics. Every word they said was the former way. They raised their hands and bowed to Master Zhuang. It did not look like they were fighting a lawsuit. For the sake of the eldest son's right to inheritance, which was deeply rooted in people's hearts, it was like the two sides were holding a lecture before an exhibition. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. The tense and somewhat absurd scene of the Suzhou government trial seemed to rise before his eyes. In the court of the Suzhou government, the debate was still going on. It was already the 4th day. The main generals of both sides were a bit tired after repeatedly using their brains. Thus, the time between the opening of the court was much longer than the first day. Before much could be said, someone would rush to ask for a rest. The Suzhou Zhizhou also understood that Xia Qifei wanted to drag it out, but he had no choice. He had long received the imperial envoy's verbal order for him to judge the case impartially and not carelessly close it. Since he could not carelessly close it, he had to let both sides argue. However, Song Shiren and Chen Buchang were both famous and talkative characters. If he let them argue, they could probably talk for an entire year. The Suzhou Zhizhou had seen it all and was indifferent. Every time both sides asked for a rest, he would smile and allow it. He would also order bailiffs to bring over stools for both sides to sit on. As for things like tea, he would not be lacking. Ming Launcher's face was ashen as he sat on the stool. These days, this young master of the Ming family had also been dragged on miserably. His family's business could not help at all. Those uncles were all useless people who ate and did not do anything. After the palace treasury bidding, the matter of importing goods to North Min needed important figures in the family. Thus, he could only let his father, who had always said he was sick in bed, stand up again and take charge of these matters. The Ming family knew that the imperial envoy wanted to use this case to throw their family into disarray and thus make their family unable to split themselves in the palace treasury business. However, the Ming family did not have a good way to respond, so they could only keep dragging it out with the other side. In any case, looking at the situation, the case might drag on for a year. In any case, as long as they didn't lose, it was fine. At this time, it was the Ming family's turn to speak. The face of the famous Jiangnan litigation master, Chen Buchang, was a bit pale. It looked like he had expended a lot of energy these days. He took a hot towel from the hands of a student beside him and wiped his face vigorously. Pulling himself together, he walked into the hall and said seriously, "The ancient sages have spoken of the so-called 5 human relations. Father and son are related, ruler and minister are righteous, husband and wife are different, elders and children are orderly, and friends are trustworthy. Sir, since Sir Xia has been determined to be the 7th young master of the Ming family, the relationship between father and son is not different from the eldest branch of the Ming family." Before he finished speaking, Song Shuren had already cut him off in a strange tone, "Not Sir Xia, Sir Ming. Don't say anything wrong. Otherwise, after the case is over, Ming Qingcheng, the 7th Ming master, can continue to sue you." Song Shuren's expression was also not very good. His eyes were sunken. This time, he had come to Jiangnan alone and hadn't had time to bring any servants or students. Although he had the help of the Overwatch Council scribes, it was not easy to find evidence in piles of old papers and find scriptures beneficial to one's side. Furthermore, the other party was a local litigation master with countless people helping him from behind. After fighting for 4 days, even the best litigation master in the world could not keep his spirit up. Hearing Song Shuren's words, Chen Buchang was not anxious. He smiled merrily and bowed in apology to Xia Qifei. He then continued, "However, the words elders and children are orderly have to be careful. Since Ming Qingda is the legitimate son of the eldest branch, of course, he has the right to dispose of the Ming family property." He continued to speak in a loud voice, "There is a saying in the 4 rules of mourning, the sky cannot have 2 suns, the earth cannot have 2 masters, the country cannot have 2 monarchs, and the family cannot have 2 nobles." The more Chen Buchang spoke, the more impassioned his voice became. "This has been the case since ancient times, how can it be changed? The Qing law has long been set. Xia, why must Sir Ming continue to be entangled in this? Sir, please settle the case as soon as possible." Song Shuren stood up with some difficulty and smiled under Xia Qifei's concerned gaze. He walked to the front of the hall and proudly said, "The so-called family property is just inheriting the title and dividing the property. What Sir Chen said earlier, I do not have any different meaning. However, inheriting the title is one thing, dividing the property is another. The old Ming master once had a title, and it has now been inherited by Ming Qingda. Sir Ming Qingcheng does not doubt this. However, inheriting the title is only in terms of the number of legitimate sons and concubines. Dividing the property is another matter." Chen Buchang said slightly angrily, "Inheriting the title is the guarantee of dividing the property. Since the title is clear, the right to divide the property is naturally ready to come out. Inheriting the title and dividing the property were the 2 most important parts of inheritance." Song Shuren smiled coldly and said, "But dividing the property is the foundation of inheriting the title. Earlier you spoke of the Qing law, now I will speak of the Qing law." He slapped the golden fan in his hand and said in a loud voice, "The 34th rule of the Qing law, household management is controlled by the elders, and family property is public property. My master has no opinion on household management, but this family property is public property. Of course, it has to be carefully divided. As for how to divide it, since the old Ming master's will is here, of course, it has to be done according to the previous master. Chen Buchang was angry. How could there be such a stiff argument to separate inheriting the title and dividing the property? The Qing law also says, if one lives with an elder and does not divide the family property evenly, the crime will be judged as a lowly child using the family property for personal gain. 20 strokes of the cane. Song Shuren looked coldly at Ming Launcher and said each word clearly and clearly, my master was exiled from the family when he was young. Does this count as purposely dividing the family property? If 20 strokes of the cane, would the Ming family only have 200,000 strings of coins? I want to see just how many butts the Ming family has to be spanked. Ming Launcher stood up angrily. Song Shuren changed his direction and smiled slightly at the Zhizhou in the hall. He then said, this is the Qing law. The Ministry of Justice, the lowly child using the family property for personal gain. Back then, you also studied law, so you should know that what I say is not wrong. Not waiting for the Ming family to respond, Song Shuren once again proudly said, speaking of laws, I still have one more. In the Qing law, it is clearly stated in the marriage of a righteous household, that living together should be divided. Those who do not divide equally will be judged as having stolen goods reduced by 3 levels. What kind of crime is this? This is the crime of a thief. Chen Buchang narrowed his eyes. He had great admiration for this litigation master from Jingdou. It was clearly a simple family property lawsuit, yet he had forcefully divided it into 2 areas, inheritance and division of property. Then, he had jumped around like a monkey in these cracks, pressing forward step by step. Although he held the Qing law and firmly stood his ground, he had not expected that the other party would remember so clearly even the small provisions of the law from many years ago. The Qing laws that Song Shuren had just mentioned were all things that the court had forgotten to change when they were revising the law. They had probably long disappeared into some dark place in the library that even a rat would not bother to rummage through. Yet, they had been found so carefully by the other party and used so openly in court. This litigation master was indeed powerful. Song Shuren's expression was calm, but his eyes gradually became bloodshot. To be able to fight the lawsuit to this extent was already the limit of his abilities. Inheritance and division of property, if it was truly twisted, was indeed complicated. A bit of confidence gradually grew in his heart. Even if that will was still invalid in the end, he could at least try to create the effect of dividing the family property equally. 1/7 of the Ming family was not a small number. Although he could not understand Fan Xian's ambitions, since the imperial envoy thought so highly of him, he had to fight this lawsuit beautifully and write the most beautiful and glorious stroke for the profession of litigation master. To be able to participate in a battle at such a level as the Ming family property was already of the highest level for a litigation master. For larger matters, such as the inheritance in the palace, what right did a mere litigation master have to speak? Furthermore, if the court had not split into 2 sides and occasionally formed a power struggle, the Ming family property lawsuit would not have been able to go to court, much less be filed. Song Shuren would not have had the opportunity to participate. Thus, although he was very tired, he had a kind of morbid excitement. This kind of opportunity was too rare. He had to grasp it. If Song Shuren knew that the lawsuit he fought in Jiangnan would stimulate certain people's sensitive nerves and thus indirectly bring about certain people's cooperation and bring the conflict between Fan Xian and those people to a state of confrontation earlier, even if he was given a few more stimuli to leave his name in history, he would only be so scared that he would quickly hide his identity and slip away. Song Shuren did not care about that problem. The so-called family property was something everyone wanted to fight over, regardless of whether it was the Ming families or the emperors. Haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm starving to death. Going out to eat. Maybe there are some typos, please forgive me. In the end, I still sincerely call for everyone to cast a monthly vote. Thank you very much for every vote everyone has cast. Since I've started to pull for a monthly vote, I will continue to pull, witness. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 377. Just like what Fan Xian often said, no matter what happened, life had to go on. Thus, when time had already entered the 4th month of the 6th year of the Qing calendar, the Jiangnan area had not changed much compared to previous years. The sensational Ming family property lawsuit was still continuing. After the palace treasury bidding, the various royal merchants began to receive goods and sell their goods. The officials were still surreptitiously collecting silver, and the people of Suzhou were still salivating about national affairs, family affairs, and sexual affairs. There were some small changes. First of all, the Ming family property lawsuit had been going on for too long. Both sides had been tossing and turning for too long, so much so that it gradually lost the initial feeling of novelty and excitement. Each day, there were fewer and fewer professional spectators waiting outside the Suzhou Yamen. The Suzhou Zhizhou and the litigation masters from both sides were almost unable to withstand this marathon-like torment. From opening every day to opening every 3 days, it had already been 6 days without opening. Song Shiren and Chen Buchang were still, with the help of their respective powers, digging their heads into piles of old papers and moldy Qing laws to find evidence against their side. The Ming family and Xia Qifei's focus had already shifted away from the case. The Ming family knew they couldn't let the imperial envoy drag their spirits on the family property lawsuit. They forcefully pulled themselves together and began to take care of the palace treasury business that was sure to lose money this year. They only hoped to lose less. Xia Qifei also had to start learning how to do business. With a shake of his body, he had become the largest royal merchant in Jiangnan other than the Ming family. In the past, most of the Cui family's routes to the north had been taken over by him. He had to reopen the defense routes of each province and connect with the merchants in the north. Although Fan Xian was helping him behind the scenes, this was still a complicated task. The day before he left Suzhou, Xia Qifei used his identity as the 7th young master of the Ming family to treat the Jiangnan magnates who were still in Suzhou to a meal. That night, the nobles gathered, the carriages flowed endlessly, and the merchants coming and going were oppressively noble. They directly stole 70% of Suzhou's aura of wealth. All of this aura of wealth gathered at the place Xia Qifei was treating, the Suzhou branch of Baoyue brothel. After a delay of a number of days, the Suzhou branch of Baoyue brothel finally opened for business. This building had originally been bought for the Ming family's bamboo garden restaurant. It was the busiest place in Suzhou. Shi Chanli took the 50,000 liang of silver and went around to take care of it. The various levels of government also gave Fan Xian enough face and waved their hands to let him through. Once the renovations were finished, they should have opened for business. However, because of some problems in the middle, it had been delayed until today. The problem was that the Baoyue brothel did not have a famous girl that they could bring to the table. Everything in this world was about a brand. Although Shi Chanli had borrowed a few prostitutes from the bosses of the Jiangnan brothels, he did not have a famous girl that was famous throughout Jiangnan. The Baoyue brothel, which wanted to make a name for itself in Jiangnan, did not dare to open up like this. So, it was delayed until Sangwen came to Jiangnan. Using her status in the Jianhu, she attracted a few Jiangnan Ming Chu masters. Shi Qing'er of the main Baoyue brothel in Jingdou also spent a great deal of effort to invite a newly rising popular courtesan on Lujing River, as well as a Western Lake beauty that the great prince had stolen from the Western Lake. She sent these 2 girls to Suzhou. Paired with the Ming Chu masters, Shi Chanli finally had the confidence to officially open for business. That night, Xia Qifei invited a group of Jiangnan's wealthy to a banquet on the second floor. Red lanterns hung high and soft music played. It was perfect for the opening of the Baoyue brothel. On the first day of the Baoyue brothel's Suzhou branch opening, they did not take in a large number of guests. They only attracted all of the wealthiest people in Jiangnan. Once this momentum came out, wouldn't those self-proclaimed romantic young masters and the sons of officials all pounce over in a few days like dogs with their tongues out? The newly rising popular courtesan on Lujing River in Jingdou was named Liang Diandian. She was not more than 16 years old and had an innate romantic air. Between her still childish brows floated a soul-stealing charm. Yet, there was a glimmer of coldness hidden within the charm. She had just made her debut when she stole the gazes of thousands of people in Jingdou. She was praised as the girl with the most potential to sit firmly in the leading position after Yuan Meng and Si Lily, who had become a brothel legend of a generation. However, this Liang Diandian did not have much time to show off her dress in Jingdou before she was forcefully bought by the Baoyue brothel, full of unwillingness, and sent to Suzhou. She could not help but feel a bit uncomfortable in her heart. However, knowing the background of the Baoyue brothel, she could not force anything. However, after she came to Suzhou, she signed a rather novel contract with shopkeeper Sang Wan, which greatly surprised this girl, who was not even 16 years old. The contract seemed to be beneficial to her. How could there be such a good brothel keeper in this world? The other beauty from Shi Lake was indeed very different from the women of the Central Plains. Her eyes were slightly sunken but did not appear out of place. On the contrary, the deep ridges deepened the attractiveness of her face. Particularly, her slightly dark skin did not appear rough. On the contrary, it had a mysterious beauty like a black pearl. Furthermore, this Shi Lake beauty's figure was very curvaceous. Her front and back curves made the tongues of the Qing kingdom, who were used to the light taste of Chinese women, dry. However, this Shi Lake beauty's background was even stranger than that of Liang Diandian's. This Shi Lake beauty's surname was Ma, and her name was Suasua. She was the princess of a Shi Lake tribe. The great prince had led the army on an expedition to the west and had completely defeated the Shi Lake. No one knew how many tribes he had conquered. In order to show his sincerity in surrendering, the leader of the second largest tribe offered his precious daughter to the great prince. It was a bit like a marriage gift. Unexpectedly, the great prince was a crude person. He treated the daughter of his enemy like a female slave. Particularly after marrying the great princess of northern Qi, it was even more inconvenient for him to keep this Shi Lake beauty in his manor. Thus, the moment he heard that Fan Xian was opening a brothel in Jiangnan and lacked a leading lady, he had rushed her to Baoyue brothel and then sent her to Suzhou. Between the opening of Baoyue brothel and the opening of Jingdou, the 8th Bureau had already helped Fan Xian with a sufficient advertising campaign. Although the 8th Bureau did not have many ways to deal with the Ming family in Jiangnan, it was a simple matter to mold these two girls into peerless beauties that could only be found in heaven and not in the mortal world. Shi Chanli played along with the guesses and rumors about these two girls in the marketplace and cleverly had the two girls choose a few days ago to sit in a carriage outside Suzhou for a walk. The walk was nothing more than a show to let the lecherous men of Jiangnan see the peerless beauty of these two girls from a distance. Along the way, there were countless lechers following Baoyue brothel's carriage. The green plains in front and behind the carriage had been completely flattened by the men's feet or horse hooves. The so-called walk was really flattening the green grass. Thus, everyone in Jiangnan knew what kind of two girls Baoyue brothel currently had. Their appetites were finally whetted. Today, the Baoyue brothel branch was opening, but these two leading ladies did not go out to see the guests. Even people of such status as the masters of the Quanzhou Sun family and Lingnan Xiong family did not have the right to have them go out and sit with them for a while. Because these two girls were very obediently and quietly sitting in a room, sitting next to a young man, gently raising their wrists and raising their cups, feeding the young man food and wine. In front of this young man, no matter how much resentment these two girls had in their hearts, they did not dare show it. They did not even dare to casually demonstrate their best skill at bewitching men's hearts. In this world, they relied on nothing more than their own appearance and meticulous and kind thoughts. The young man sitting peacefully between the two of them had a delicate and handsome appearance. As for his thoughts, everyone knew that Sir Fan Jr. had a crystal heart. There was nothing in this world that he did not know, and there was no person that he could not see through. Fan Xian shook his head and indicated for the two girls beside him to stop waiting on him. If it was said that with two beautiful and gradually rising girls in Jiangnan surrounding him, it would be a lie for a normal man like him to not have any thoughts in his heart and not want to drink the soup on the other end. However, his thoughts were indeed not in these areas. He looked at Liang Diandian and sighed, thinking, how could this 16-year-old girl be so seductive? Her watery eyes seemed to speak. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the question that had troubled him for a long time. Just how old was Duo? Looking at Liang Diandian's affectionate eyes, Fan Xian knew that this girl was only professionally trying to climb to a backer. However, when he turned his head and saw the Western Hu beauty, Fan Xian's heart cried out bitterly. Ma Suasua was originally a Western Hu princess, but now she was in a ditch. This Ma Suasua had probably long accepted her fate. In this world, women were nothing more than goods in the hands of men to be sold at will. Now that she had been sent to Jiangnan by the great prince, Baoyue brothel did not seem very scary. Shopkeeper Sang and Master Shi were also not fierce. This Sir Fan in front of him was also very beautiful. It seemed that he was much happier than staying in the manor and doing hard labor, being watched coldly by the great Wang Fei, and not knowing when he would lose his life. Fan Xian looked at Sang Wen sitting across from him and sighed sorrowfully. What is this? Isn't the great prince bullying people? Sang Wen was startled. Opening his somewhat large mouth, he laughed and said, Miss Suasua is indeed very beautiful. It is just that Darren has rarely seen Hu people, so for a moment you are not used to it. His First Highness is not deliberately deceiving Darren. Fan Xian snorted. In his previous life, he had seen countless Western beauties and had once been a loyal fan of Ajiani. Of course, he could see the attractiveness of this Western Hu beauty. However, the great prince was not afraid of heaven or earth. Now, he was so scared that he had sent this girl to Suzhou. It was clear that after the great princess of Northern Qi married to Southern Qi for many months, she had finally successfully transformed into that lioness from the east of the river. The great prince had sent Ma Suasua to Suzhou because he wanted to protect her life. Since it was so, it meant that even if the great prince had no affection for this Western Hu beauty, he still felt a glimmer of pity. Under these circumstances, would Fan Xian really have Ma Suasua go receive guests? He would probably have to raise her carefully. What if one day the great prince suddenly became interested and came back to him in his dreams to play the horns and reminisce about beauties in his drunken stupor? What would he do then? Are you really not letting them go out to receive guests? Shi Chanli walked in from outside. He had probably drunk some wine with the merchants. His face was slightly red, and his words reeked of alcohol. He stared blankly at Fan Xian. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and thought for a while. He turned his head and glanced at Liang Diandian's thoughtful expression. He knew that if he really kept Somama, Liang Diandian would need to be comforted. After a moment of composure, he said, right now, we are just making a name for ourselves. There is no rush to have them go out to receive guests. He smiled slightly and said, however, find some time occasionally for you two to go out and play a song or dance a little. Liang Diandian was slightly startled. She and Somama bowed and agreed at the same time. Somama's official words were still not very nimble, but her eyes already showed her gratitude toward Fan Xian. Fan Xian continued to smile and said, "A wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as stealing is not as good as not being able to steal, and not being able to steal is not as good as having one's heart itch every day but still not being able to touch. Let the men of Jiangnan endure for a few days and learn the principle of only watching from afar and not getting close." In the end, he said to Sangwen and Shi Chanli, "Men are all lowly animals. If you can understand this business will be easier to do." Hearing these words, Shi Chanli was slightly embarrassed and felt a bit unsatisfied. However, Sangwen covered her mouth and laughed. "Take the two of them out to meet Xiong Bailing and those old fellows. With these merchants bragging about them, their reputation will be even better." Fan Xian closed his eyes and waved his hand. Liang Diandian held Somama's hand and rose to bow to Fan Xian. She then left with Sang Wen's lead. Fan Xian had Shi Chanli come closer and lowered his voice. "Somama, watch over her. While you're at it, spread the news and let everyone know that she is the great prince's woman." Shi Chanli replied in shock, "What if it gets back to Jingdo? I want people to know that my relationship with the great prince is not bad." Fan Xian licked his dry lips and took a sip of light wine. He smiled and said, "At this time, everyone is still showing their cards. More importantly, this is their family matter. Why should I wipe their butts?" He huffed through his nose and said, "I traveled south with the great princess. Of course, I know that she is not a kind person. The great prince appears straightforward, but he also knows that in this world, probably only I, the great princess, will give him some face. Since he wants me to exert myself, of course, I have to pay a price." Fan Xian was purely unhappy. He thought to himself, "I'm working my ass off in Jiangnan while you brothers and princes are busy with family matters in the capital." It made him feel very unfair. The Suzhou branch of the Baoyue brothel was not just used to launder money or make money. It was purely Fan Xian's own business. It shouldered the important responsibility of becoming Fan Xian's second intelligence system. In the depths of Fan Xian's heart, he still did not fully trust the Overwatch Council. Whether or not he could have the Overwatch Council was still a matter of one word from the Emperor in the current situation. Thus, during the renovation, the brass pipes had already been laid out according to the layout of the old buildings in Jingdo. The people his father had sent to be responsible for gathering intelligence had hidden it from the corresponding officials and moved into the building before the girls. Currently, the square building was in a state of intoxication. The voices gradually grew louder, but the room Fan Xian was in was unusually quiet. He stood up and first went to the toilet behind the bed to empty the contents. He then adjusted his breathing and took off the commoner's clothing he was wearing. From the cabinet, he took out the work clothes he had not worn in a long time. He tried it on and found that it fit him well. It looked like this half-year of life in power had not quickly made his figure go out of shape. Very strangely, he sat for a while longer. After confirming that he was beginning to get used to the feeling he had not seen for half a year, Fan Xian pushed open the window of the room. His fingers dug forcefully into the wall under the pitch-black night and slid down into the darkness like a gecko. Ever since his meridians had been greatly injured by the Jinqi explosion in his body, he had begun to be more careful with the circulation of his Jinqi. When there was no need, he no longer tried to push the Jinqi out of his palm and then pull it back. This method truly consumed too much of his mind and Jinqi. His feet touched the ground. He made a few turns in the complicated corridors and found the back door of the Baoyue brothel branch. Pushing open the door, he walked out and saw the carriage that had been waiting for him in the alley. Deng Ziyu sat in the driver's seat. He wore a straw hat on his head and covered most of his face. Gouda sat in the carriage and lifted a corner of the curtain. He looked outside cautiously. Fan Xian flashed in and gently spat out one word, "Go." "Sir, how are your injuries? Gao De was not afraid of Fan Xian's cold gaze. His highest duty was to ensure Fan Xian's safety. Before he had confirmed the information, he truly did not dare to let Fan Xian take any risks. As for Fan Xian's strange injuries, there were different theories, but most people thought he had recovered a long time ago. There were only a handful of people who truly knew the inside story. Eunuch Hong was certainly one of them. However, the emperor had caused Fan Xian's heart to chill and maintain his silence. Although Gao De had been fooled by Fan Xian at the beginning, he had been by Fan Xian's side these few months. Of course, he could see that the commissioner's current state of Jinqi was completely different from when he had gone to northern Qi. With the gift of Haitong's heart of Tianyi Dao, no one knew how much Fan Xian's injuries had healed other than himself, not even Haitang. He lowered his head and quietly said, "I'm fine." Immediately after, he said, "Confirm her location?" Outside the carriage, Deng Ziyu nodded. After she escaped from Jingdou, she has remained in Suzhou. The council did not think she would be so daring, nor did they think that the Jiangnan officials would secretly provide protection for her. Thus, it was not until a few days ago that we found out where she lived. A cold smile rose to the corner of Fan Xian's lips. With the Ming family covering for her, of course, the Jiangnan officials would give her some face. It looks like the Jiangnan officials still do not think much of me. Gao De was, after all, the emperor's tiger guard. Hearing these words, he furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Young master, should we notify the local authorities to arrest her? After all, criminal cases are never under the council's jurisdiction." Since Fan Xian dared to bring him here tonight, he wasn't afraid of what he would say to the palace. He shook his head and said, "If we notify the authorities, she might escape again. After all, she is the second prince and Hongqing's person. The Ministry of Justice's wanted posters are useless against her. It will not be easy to capture her openly. We should have brought more people." Gao De furrowed his brows and said. "Since she was ordered to escape, she will certainly have aces by her side. It will not be easy to capture her alive. Not capture her alive, just kill her." Fan Xian leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes to rest. "I don't need to use her to defeat the Ming family. I only need to use her to suppress the Ming family. Today is the opening of the Baoyue brothel branch. No one should have thought that we would find her and make a move. Furthermore, no one would have thought that I would personally do it." Gao De wanted to speak but stopped. He began to understand Fan Xian's thoughts, but he was unable to stop him. The purpose of Fan Xian's actions tonight was actually very simple. Since the Jiangnan road officials were faintly standing against him on the road to defeating the Ming family and dared to cover for the Ming family, then he was going to use tonight's matter to intimidate the Jiangnan road officials. For those officials, there was nothing more powerful than fresh blood and death to demonstrate the Overwatch Council's power. The carriage sank into a death-like silence. There was only the sound of the wheels grinding on the rocks below. The carriage drove to a quiet alley in Suzhou. It was still some distance away from the manor when it stopped. Fan Xian touched the dagger in his boots and gently pressed the soft sword at his waist. He had borrowed this sword from Haitang. After carefully confirming the equipment, he opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "Gao De, you are responsible for the outside. Leave no one alive. Don't let her slip away." Gao De made a sound of acknowledgement in a heavy voice. "Ziyu, have the people we sent to the governor's manor been prepared?" Fan Xian asked. Deng Ziyu nodded. "Wait for us here. Be careful." After saying this, Fan Xian flashed out of the carriage like a black loach and quickly disappeared into the darkness below the high wall. Tonight, only 3 people had come. Given Fan Xian's present identity, he should not have come alone to take such a risk. However, today's matter had to be done in secret. Furthermore, the most important reason was that Fan Xian had always had this kind of adventurous impulse in the depths of his heart. Furthermore, he had to use this action to recover his confidence in martial arts. At the same time, he wanted to test just what level he had reached with his secret practice of the sword these few days. Gao De calculated the time and estimated it was about time. He retied the hemp rope around the hilt of the long knife and walked down from the carriage. Like a god of death, he walked steadily to the back of the manor. Who knew how many aces were hidden in that manor in the dark night, yet there were only 2 of them. Probably only Fan Xian and Gao De had this kind of confidence. Gao De stood silently under the back wall of the manor. His entire body seemed to have become one with the stone wall, gradually becoming indistinguishable. The Jinqi in his body gradually began to circulate. He could clearly hear the fine sounds inside the wall. Occasionally, there would be a light sound in the courtyard. It was like the sound of the commissioner's favorite hard-tipped goose feather quill cutting through paper. If one did not listen carefully, no one would notice this sound. Gao De knew that one person had already died to Fan Xian's hand. Another muffled sound rang out like a sesame seed cake that had just come out of the oven and suddenly deflated. Gao De's brows furrowed slightly. Had the commissioner used his palm to split open someone's head? Fan Xian was like a ghost in the night, walking steadily and silently through the courtyard. Behind him were a few bodies. The wounds on the bodies were not obvious, and there was not much blood flowing, but they were completely dead. The doors of the rooms beside him were wide open. The people sleeping soundly inside had not yet risen before they had been killed on their beds. The servants and serving girls in one of the rooms had also collapsed weakly on the bed. There were no wounds on their bodies. It looked like they had just been drugged. Until now, no one in the courtyard had discovered that a killer had already come close to them. Just as Chen Pingping had once taught him, no one could forever block a great grandmaster assassin. For an assassin like Fan Xian, whose power had reached the 9th level and who had studied dark techniques since childhood, there were not many places in the world that could block him. As Fan Xian walked silently toward the back of the courtyard, he used a vigilant gaze to watch the tall walls on both sides. The Overwatch Council's intelligence reports were detailed enough. They had clearly investigated the defenses of this courtyard, so no one hiding in the dark could escape his cold, eagle-like eyes. He walked past a tree. A person flashed behind the tree. Holding a knife, he struck out noiselessly. Fan Xian's eyes looked forward. His expression did not change. His right hand was already on his waist. With a swish, he pulled out the soft sword. With a flick of his wrist, his left foot took a step back and the heel of his right foot turned slightly. His entire body tilted to the left at an ingenious angle. The sword in his hand followed along his forearm. Like an arrow leaving a bow, it stabbed out strangely. This sword seemed to contain a strange aura. It formed a perfect harmony with Fan Xian's entire body. The tip of the sword casually and cleanly pierced into the cartilage of the attacker's throat. With a crack, the attacker's throat shattered noiselessly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell. Fan Xian pulled back his sword. Even at this moment, he still did not look in front of him or behind him. The door to the side room on the stone steps opened. A person discovered Fan Xian's existence and rushed down with a panicked and angry shout. Fan Xian raised his arms and held the sword horizontally in front of his chest. It was strange, as if he was committing suicide. However, he blocked all the openings in front of him. In the next moment, his feet rushed 3 steps forward. The sword horizontally, which seemed to be an impenetrable defense, instantly became a sudden attack filled with ruthlessness. When this strike passed, Fan Xian's entire mind seemed to be in front of him. His spirit and spirit were all in this strike. With such power, how could anyone block it? Fresh blood sprayed out, and a head fell to the ground. Fan Xian's expression remained calm. He took 2 light steps to the right. Jinshi rose swiftly from the snowy mountain and burst forth from his shoulder blade. Like a spring, he flicked his right arm out. It was like a hard willow branch in spring outside Suzhou being pulled down by a naughty child and then swiftly flicked back. With such a poetic and picturesque flick, the sword in his right hand was like the last ink dot of a master painter, gently sprinkling down. It just so happened to land on another person's throat. Another person was killed. Fan Xian had used 3 strikes and killed 3 people. What kind of swordplay was this? If Gao De was in the courtyard at this moment, he would certainly cry out in surprise. If Haitang saw this scene, she would certainly know why Fan Xian had been hiding from her these days when he was practicing martial arts. If Yunjilan, who was playing with the shadow in Jiangnan, saw these 3 strikes, he would certainly be dumbfounded on the spot, wondering when his teacher had taken in such a young disciple. Sigu sword. Sigu sword, Sigu sword. The Sigu sword that focused on the front and ignored the back, looked left and ignored the right. After stabbing all the hatchet men who had woken up in the courtyard to death, Fan Xian lightly shook the edge of his sword with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the results of tonight's training. The shadow assassin had stabbed him once and almost killed him. The compensation he had asked for from the other party in the end seemed to be enough to make up for the damage. Not everyone in this world was as lucky as Fan Xian to be able to learn the true essence of the Sigu sword. The key to the Sigu sword was not the power of the sword, much less the sword moves. It was footwork. Only footwork could completely concentrate a person's strength into a metal sword. Fan Xian faintly felt that the footwork was not even the most important part. The key was the kind of ruthlessness that focused on the front and ignored the back, looked left and ignored the right. Each strike had to be done with full strength. Murderous intent swept forward. The gods could not stop it, and the heavens could not hinder it. The so-called looking around was actually not caring. Thinking of this, Fan Xian silently shook his head. He thought of the white-clothed shadow strike in the hanging temple that seemed to be able to cover up the light of the sun. If he had not been the one facing this strike at the time, perhaps the shadow would have mercilessly killed him under the sword. A cold sword illuminated the courtyard. Everyone who could die died under this sword. Only 2 people escaped through the back wall. Fan Xian did not pay them any attention. He just carried the long sword on his back and quietly walked toward the quiet bedroom. Outside the back wall, there were 2 swishing sounds. Gao De pulled back his long knife and looked at the 4 pieces of flesh beside him. He shook his head. The bedroom door was pushed open by Fan Xian. He looked at the woman who had just woken up from the bed and only had time to light the red candle. She didn't have time to put on her clothes. He smiled slightly and said, "Master Yuan, long time no see." Yuan Meng, who was wanted by the Ministry of Justice all over the world and hiding in Suzhou, bit her lower lip tightly and looked at the godlike handsome young man at the door. A moment later, she suddenly cried out in a hoarse voice, "Sir Fan Jr., why won't you let me go?" What a childish question, but I'm willing to answer it. Fan Xian slowly walked toward her and calmly said, "Your hands are stained with the blood of too many innocent women. Father has ordered that as a child, I must be filial." A few strands of Yuan Meng's black hair floated weakly on her forehead. She smiled bitterly. "I was only following orders regarding the matter in the capital. As for the matter of the Ministry of Justice ordering me to be arrested, you should know that your brother and the 3rd prince you are currently teaching aren't clean either. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But don't try to use such righteous words to disgust me." Fan Xian raised his sword and smiled slightly. "Accept your fate. You are a bad person. If I was a good person, perhaps you would have a chance. Unfortunately, you also understand that I am also a bad person." Yuan Meng bit her lower lip nervously, shrouded in fear. Suddenly, she let out a shrill laugh and said, "Ha ha. You want to capture me to deal with His Highness? Let me tell you, it's impossible. After saying this, she gritted her teeth and committed suicide by taking poison. Her entire body suddenly froze. She fell onto the red quilt in the middle of the bed with a thud. Fan Xian shook his head, thinking that he had only wanted to kill her. With a wave of his arm, the tip of the sword pierced into the girl's throat. Continuing to pull in monthly votes, to be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 378. An inauspicious bird cry rang out in the dark night. The clouds parted and the moon rose. Occasionally, a black shadow swept out from the treetops. Up the mountain. Fan Xian and Gao De returned to the carriage. Fan Xian said to Deng Ziyu, "Be quiet." Deng Ziyu nodded and gently waved the reins. The horse with its teeth pulled the carriage. It went around the deathly silent courtyard and headed toward the back of the city. Behind the courtyard was a hill hidden in the darkness. There were also spring trees. Looking down from there, no one should be able to discover their group. In the carriage, Fan Xian silently took off the gloves on his hands. The gloves were as thin as a layer of skin. He carefully wiped the blood on the soft sword with his glove and confirmed that there was no longer a trace of blood on the sword. Only then did he put the soft sword back to his waist. Then, he steadily flicked his index finger. Some powder fell on the glove, and with a boom, it burst into flames. Gao De glanced at him and took out a metal bucket from under the chair and placed it in front of him. Fan Xian threw the burning gloves into the metal bucket and narrowed his eyes at the gradually dwindling flame. The flames in his eyes also gradually extinguished. Before long, the carriage had already reached the top of the hill. The courtyard below was still silent. The people inside were either dead or unconscious, so they could not make any noise. No one knew that a murder had occurred inside, so no one would come to see. No one knew what Fan Xian was preparing to see by staying on the mountain behind. Deng Ziyu gently patted the back of the horse's neck. He entered the carriage and sat down silently. Fan Xian lifted a corner of the curtain and looked down. He didn't know how long he had looked, but there was still no change. It will probably be a long time before they discover what happened here. Deng Ziyu looked at the time. It should be the middle of the night. He urged Fan Xian, "They won't come so early." Fan Xian smiled. He knew he was indeed a bit impatient. He quietly said something to Gao De and then leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Gao De lifted up a blanket and covered his body. Gradually, his slightly cold body warmed. Fan Xian felt drowsiness in the warmth. Just like this, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an indeterminable amount of time, Fan Xian opened his eyes and made a sound of acknowledgement. Deng Ziyu lifted the curtain and glanced down. Lowering his voice, he said, "They're here." Fan Xian lifted the blanket and put his head by the window. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. Outside the house that Yuan Meng had been living in seclusion all this time, a person suddenly appeared. That person knocked on the door with familiarity. The rhythm of the knocking clearly hid some kind of secret signal. It seemed that he was the contact person of the Jiangnan forces responsible for contacting Yuan Meng. The man was wearing a thin cotton coat and had an ordinary appearance. He knocked on the door of the house for a long time and found that no one answered him. He seemed a little surprised and nervous and immediately retreated into the darkness. Fan Xian, who was watching from the top of the mountain, was not anxious. He knew that this person would definitely return. Sure enough, that person didn't go far. After a short while, a person's head sneakily poked out from the northwest wall. It was that person who was spying on what was happening in the courtyard. The man gathered his courage and jumped into the courtyard. The three people on the mountain could no longer see what that person saw in the courtyard. They could only hear an extremely suppressed soft cry. That person must have finally discovered the large number of corpses in the courtyard and the tragic scene of a pool of blood. The courtyard door was immediately pushed open. That person lowered his head and rushed into the darkness, presumably to report to his master. Fan Xian stretched lazily in the carriage and yawned. Only now did he notice that the sky was gradually turning white. He couldn't resist smiling and saying, "It's almost daybreak. If the other party wants to hide this matter, they have to hurry." Deng Ziyu nodded. "Each manor has sent people to keep watch. Whoever receives this news tonight will have intelligence reports tomorrow." Fan Xian smiled and said, "Guess, who exactly are the people who are coming to take care of Yuan Meng's funeral today?" Deng Ziyu forced a smile and said, "The Suzhou government will certainly send people." "Sir, I'll keep watch here. You should go back to the manor and rest first." Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything more. Yuan Meng's death shocked the Jiangnan officials who were secretly protecting her. Killing in the night and spying in the morning, anyone who could learn of Yuan Meng's death in such a short time and rush to take care of the funeral, was, of course, the official who played a dishonorable role in this matter. More accurately, who exactly were the eldest princess trusted aides in Jiangnan Road? They should be able to find out a bit this morning. Fan Xian had no other choice. The Overwatch Council did not have enough people in Jiangnan. It was impossible to place a fatal spy in every manor. They could only use the method of separating and monitoring and the method of killing Yuan Jingmeng to investigate. Recently, the Suzhou Zhizhou had been busy listening to Song Shuren and Chen Buchang's debate in court every day. Not only had he neglected government affairs, but his state of mind had also been greatly exhausted. Every night, he fell into a deep sleep. Even his most beloved third concubine rarely went to be intimate with her. Thus, when he was called out of his bed early this morning, he was very angry. After he heard the news, it was like a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. All of his anger disappeared without a trace in an instant. Incomparable shock and deep worry surged into his mind. Yuan Meng was dead? This matter had happened too suddenly. How could he explain it to the second prince, the heir, and the eldest princess? As he hurriedly put on his clothes, he ordered someone to summon the advisor of the manor. By the time the advisor arrived, the Zhizhou had already put on his clothes. With a glimmer of complaint, he said, "Why did you come so slowly? Yuan Meng is dead." The advisors were all trusted aides of these old officials. There was nothing they would hide from each other. Of course, this advisor also knew about Yuan Meng's matter. He smiled bitterly and said, "If she's dead, then she's dead. Since the imperial envoy has come to Suzhou, and that Yuan Meng is still not willing to leave, in the end, only death awaits her." The Zhizhou furrowed his brows and said, "She hid it so well. You mean, it was the Overwatch Council who did it?" Other than the Overwatch Council, what other power in Jiangnan could silently kill Yuan Meng? The advisor analyzed. "Sir, you must not panic at this time. In any case, Yuan Meng is already dead, so it is impossible for the Overwatch Council to discover our connection to her. If you react inappropriately now, it will instead allow the Overwatch Council to discover your connection to this matter." The advisor's considerations were indeed sufficiently cautious. The Zhizhou thought for a bit and furrowed his brows. "But I still feel it is strange. If it was the imperial envoy who did it, why didn't he capture Yuan Meng and instead directly kill her? If the imperial envoy wanted to use the matter of the Ministry of Justice's wanted notice to move against me, then he shouldn't have handled it this way." The advisor also didn't understand this point and guessed, Yuan Meng was someone close to the second prince and the heir. Although the Ministry of Justice had issued a wanted notice, no official under heaven would dare to risk offending the nobles in the capital to capture her. "Sir, you don't have to worry too much. Everyone is like this. As for why the Overwatch Council didn't capture her alive, I think perhaps Yuan Meng knew she wouldn't be able to survive the Overwatch Council's punishment, so she committed suicide. We still have to go and see." The Zhizhou made up his mind. "At least we have to know some details." The advisor resolutely and decisively dissuaded, "Sir, you cannot go." The Zhizhou furrowed his brows. "Why?" "Naturally, I won't go in full glory. It's almost daybreak. If I don't quickly tidy up and word gets out, the Ministry of Justice in Jingdo will certainly have something to say. The Overwatch Council will also use this as a pretext to make a fuss. How will the Suzhou government answer the emperor's questions?" If the Overwatch Council wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, they wouldn't have made this a dead question today, the advisor reminded. Who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching over there right now? "Sir, you definitely cannot go. As for dealing with the aftermath, I'll disguise myself in a bit and bring some trusted aides over." The Zhizhou thought that this would indeed be much safer, so he agreed to this suggestion. This official and advisor thought their reaction could be considered cautious. They had not expected that when the advisor dressed as a morning attendant and slipped out from the back of the manor, a secret agent hidden in the alley outside the Zhizhou Yamen had long seen this scene clearly. By the time the Suzhou government advisor sat in the little green curtained sedan chair and came to the outskirts of the courtyard Yuan Meng was hiding in, he found that there were already strange people on the streets. His heart tightened. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and relaxed. He furrowed his brows at the cloth-clad man who had hurried to the side of the sedan chair and said, "What exactly happened? How did she just die like this?" The cloth-clad man was the Suzhou Thousand Man. He was also one of the officials who had been woken from his bed by the news of Yuan Meng's death. He should have been stationed outside the city, but his manor was inside the city, so he was the first person to arrive. Hearing the advisor's question, the Thousand Man said without good humor, "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" The advisor paused and got off the sedan chair. The two of them looked at each other's clothing and couldn't help but sigh and smile bitterly. They were official advisors, yet they were forced to wear the clothes of commoners. "Is the street clean?" The advisor turned his face slightly to the side, covering his face as he asked carefully. The Thousand Man replied, "Don't worry, my subordinates have already cleaned it up. There shouldn't be anyone watching from the side." The advisor nodded and walked shoulder to shoulder with the Thousand Man into the courtyard. Entering the courtyard and looking at the corpses all over the ground and the tragic sight, the advisor couldn't help but feel nauseous. He covered his mouth and nose and said, "Where is Yuan Meng's body?" "In the room?" The advisor forcefully suppressed his nausea and fear and walked into the room to take a look. He saw Yuan Meng's death with her eyes wide open. Going forward to confirm that she was completely dead, the advisor relaxed a little and sighed. "I really don't know how to explain this to the capital. Let's clean it up first," the Thousand Man said hatefully. "It's almost daybreak. If someone sees this, it will probably immediately spread throughout Suzhou. What will we do then? No one from the Ming family came?" "That group of unscrupulous merchants, they're afraid the imperial envoy is watching in the dark, so they won't show themselves." The two of them walked out of the courtyard door and were greeted by a few people who had come later. A number of people gathered together and spoke with heavy expressions. They felt that this matter should have been done by the Overwatch Council, but it also shouldn't have been done by the Overwatch Council. After discussing this and that, they came to a conclusion. They didn't know how to handle it. The wounds on the body have all been torn apart. Although it can be seen that it was a sword, it is difficult to see the style of the sword. We only know that there was only one person who did it. Of course, It was an ace. A person who looked like he was skilled in torture said in a low voice, "If it was the Overwatch Council who killed, why would they need to hide it?" In the end, it was the advisor representing the Suzhou Zhizhou who made the decision and coldly said, "It's better if this case is not solved. All of us need to retreat and have our subordinates clean this place up. If the Overwatch Council doesn't care, then we'll bury this matter. If the Overwatch Council really has spies following, in any case, don't drag us down. When the time comes and they ask, just say we received a report and came to look at the case." The Qian director made a "pay" sound and scolded, "I am a general, how can I come to look at the case?" The advisor rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who told you to rush over in such a hurry?" There was nothing to argue about. A number of people began to split up. Those responsible for cleaning up cleaned up, those responsible for burying people buried people, and those responsible for going back to the manor to do paperwork. As for whether or not this matter would be reported, it would depend on what the news from the imperial envoy's side was like. As these people were busy, they did not notice that on a distant hill, there was a completely black carriage slowly driving away like a ghost. The people had been killed by Fan Xian, yet these Jiangnan road officials had to bury them. However, he certainly did not have any thoughts of taking advantage of them. As for the sword wounds on the bodies in the courtyard, they had all been treated a second time because he didn't want Sigu Jian's wounds to get out. Since it was impossible to frame Dongyi, then there was no need to take this risk. Thus, he didn't even let Gao De see his actions. Most importantly, he couldn't let the emperor in the palace know that he knew Sigu Jian. Otherwise, the emperor would certainly think of the assassin in the Hanging Temple, Sigu Jian's brother, and the Overwatch Council. That would bring a terrifying result. The carriage moved slowly. Fan Xian smiled coldly in the carriage and said, "Yuan Meng died, and the Jiangnan road officials are already so shocked. Are these officials all dogs raised by the eldest princess?" Deng Ziyu glanced at Gao De and guessed that the commissioner wanted to borrow Gao Da's ears to complain to the emperor in the palace. He smiled and replied, "The eldest princess has been in Jiangnan for a long time. She will always have some trusted aides. Did you see all the people who came today clearly? Some of their faces are unfamiliar, but since these people all came from the manor, presumably, the spies below have seen them clearly. In a bit, there will be definite news." Deng Ziyu sighed. However, the Ming family is quite straightforward. They know they can't touch this matter, so they won't come. Fan Xian also felt it was a bit of a pity. He had thought that even if he couldn't use Yuan Meng's matter to dig out a large piece of the Ming family, he could at least make them feel a bit more uncomfortable. The carriage quietly traveled to Hua Garden. Fan Xian felt a bit sleepy and waved his hand for the two of them to go rest while he returned to the back residence. Cici had been lying on the table waiting for his return. Seeing him enter the room, she quickly poured hot water for him to warm his feet. She knew that the young master didn't want too many people to know about what happened tonight, so it wasn't convenient for her to order the servants and serving girls to make hot food. She personally brought over the bird's nest that had been warmed in the water and helped him eat it. Fan Xian drank all the paste in the bowl in one gulp with satisfaction. After warming his feet, he fell onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until the afternoon. He didn't know what kind of changes would occur in Suzhou because of Yuan Meng's death, but he didn't care too much. Knowing that he had woken up, Deng Ziyu walked in somewhat haggard after Cici's announcement and handed him the case file in his hands. Fan Xian took it and glanced through it. Written on it were all the yamens that had acted strangely in Suzhou this morning. He couldn't resist narrowing his eyes and sighing. F***ck, this city full of officials, they are all enemies. Are they going to let people live their days? Once Yuan Meng died, they were able to keep their composure. Deng Ziyu forced a smile and said, "The officials are caught in the middle. Their days are not going to be easy." Fan Xian shook his head and smiled coldly. Since we already have the name list, their days in the future will be even harder. Send the name list back to Jingdo and have the second bureau begin to investigate the old records. If we want to move against someone, we have to dig out his past. Even if he took a dozen liang of silver a dozen years ago, we still have to dig it out. Deng Ziyu knew that as Fan Xian made up his mind to move against the Ming family, he would also move against these officials along the way. He didn't dare to breathe too loudly and agreed in a low voice. When Fan Xian read to the end, the anger in his eyes gradually rose. Hatefully, he threw the file onto the table and cursed in a low voice, as expected, Xueqing also knows of this matter. This Sir sure is jubilant on the wall. For Fan Xian, killing Yuan Jingmeng today would not shock him with any information that the Jiangnan officialdom would reveal because of this. The eldest princess and the Ming family had operated in Jiangnan for a long time. This area of officialdom was filled with their people. Given the power and position in Fan Xian's hands, he was not worried in the face of this kind of resistance. What he wanted to see clearly was how the Jiangnan governor, Xueqing, was prepared to stand in this matter. Xueqing was a border official. Even if Fan Xian had the identity of an imperial envoy, he couldn't do anything to him. Furthermore, the governor was also in charge of civil and military affairs. The power he could control was too great. If even he stood against Fan Xian, the resistance to Fan Xian taking in the Ming family would become abnormally strong. Deng Ziyu saw his slightly angry expression and carefully comforted, the governor's manor has received the news, but it has not made a sound, nor has there been any reaction. Sir, after all, he is a governor. If the officials below him have connections in the capital and Yuan Jingmeng is hiding in Jiangnan, this matter cannot be hidden from him. However, he doesn't want to offend you, and he certainly doesn't want to offend the princes in the capital. This matter doesn't mean anything. Governor Xue should still be neutral. Fan Xian thought for a moment and also found that his reaction seemed to have been a bit excessive. Perhaps it was the hidden nervousness under these few days of laxness that made him overly sensitive. He couldn't help smiling self-mockingly and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words, but you should still go make arrangements. The day after tomorrow, I will visit Xueqing again." Deng Ziyu was startled and seemed to have something he wanted to say. Fan Xian glanced at him and smiled. "If you have any ideas, just say them. Why are you still acting like a woman in front of me?" Deng Ziyu smiled and said, "I don't think you should be in a rush to visit Sir Xue in the near future." "Oh? Why is that?" Fan Xian asked curiously. Deng Ziyu analyzed, after all, the governor is still neutral. If you visit the manor, given your personality, you will probably immediately force the governor to immediately take a stand. What if the governor doesn't do as you wish, then what should we do? In my opinion, it is best to let Governor Xue maintain the attitude of watching the show. We will continue to do what we need to do, and the Ming family will continue to press. As long as the governor does not make up his mind, there will be no one who can oppose you. Then, we will have more time to do things. He continued, "You want the governor to make up his mind. In reality, the slower the governor makes up his mind, the better it is for us." Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, "Right now, we are only making small moves against the Ming family. Xueqing can still watch the show. If after the new year I actually make a killing move, Xueqing can't continue to watch the show. At that time, he will have to pick a side. My heart is a bit unsteady." Deng Ziyu thought for a bit and smiled. "I think, at least wait until you go to Wuzhou before we talk." Fan Xian immediately understood his meaning. Governor Xueqing of Jiangnan Road was the former Prime Minister Lin Ruofu's favorite student, and Lin Ruofu was Dabao and Wan Er's father, his father-in-law. Even if Xueqing didn't have to give his father-in-law face right now, his father-in-law would certainly know Xueqing's bottom line. That makes sense. Fan Xian immediately felt his heart relax a great deal. Laughing loudly, he said, "Stand in line and add weight. Although my father-in-law is almost rusty, his weight is not light." Deng Ziyu chuckled. Fan Xian looked at Deng Ziyu's tired expression and asked curiously, "You didn't sleep in the morning?" Deng Ziyu respectfully replied, "I had to confirm this information, so I spent some time." Fan Xian had wanted to urge him to relax, but thinking of his earlier behavior, it seemed that he was in no position to convince the other party. He couldn't resist smiling. Suddenly, he thought of another matter and asked seriously, "Ziyu, before you entered the Qinian unit, you were in the second bureau, right?" Deng Ziyu glanced at him in astonishment and nodded. He didn't know why the commissioner would suddenly ask this question. Wang Qinian will return to the country at the end of summer. Fan Xian looked at him and smiled. Fan Xian looked at him and smiled. The council is preparing to let him take over the first bureau. Thus, Shangjing in northern Qi needs someone who can hold the fort. You've been with me for almost 2 years and have seen some things. Do you have the courage to travel north? For now, I won't ask for monthly votes in the title. I just don't think it's pretty enough. Allow me to say a few words inside. In reality, I've already put in a lot of effort in asking for monthly votes, only I don't know how to ask for them. I really want monthly votes. This is the truth. I really don't know how to ask for votes. This is also the truth. I had diarrhea today and was very miserable. Can this be considered a reason to ask for votes? If I want to add more updates, I really don't have that ability. Comfort myself and everyone. My updates excel in stability and endurance. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.